and gentlemen, you're watching, yes, the Yankees Entertainment and Sports Network.
Well, the A-Rod retirement tour continues. He's making friends with fans, but boy, there is some controversy involved, and we will get into it as we move along. Right now, it is time for baseball as the Yes Network presents New York Yankees baseball. Tonight, it's the New York Yankees against the Boston Red Sox in the middle game of a three-game set from Fenway Park in Boston, Massachusetts. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Yankees Baseball, along with John Flaherty and Ken Singleton. I'm Michael Kay. Yes, Alex Rodriguez is not in the lineup today. He will be tomorrow, and we'll hear more about that in just a bit. Right now, let's take a look at the pitching matchup for the Game 2 of the three-game set here between these two teams. The pitching matchup brought to you by People's United Bank NA. See what know-how can do for you. Drew Pomeranz will get the start for the Red Sox. And for the Yankees, it's Nathan Eovaldi. John, sometimes Eovaldi lights out, sometimes not. Quite enigmatic.
He really is. He has a 9 wins, which leads the Yankee staff. The power fastball, everybody loves that. The good cutter that he has incorporated. We know he has a split. His last outing against the Mets, he got in trouble in the 5th inning. Kelly Johnson, a solo shot. And then Jay Bruce, his first home run as a New York Met, a 3-run shot. The 4 runs in the 5th inning were the difference for Eovaldi, and the Yankees ended up losing that ball game.
Now, as for his mound opponent, what a difference a league makes. With the Padres in 17 starts, 8-7, 2.47, and the opponents didn't even hit 200 against him. But with the Red Sox, a different story, 0-2, 6.02, and the opponents hitting 275 against him. So, Kenny, what's the story with Drew Pomeranz?
Well, the Yankees have seen him already. This is back on July 2nd in San Diego. And Pomeranz pitched a good game against the Yankees. Didn't get a decision, but San Diego won it. Now here with Boston, he has struggled somewhat in the American League. They're teeing off on him. He made the All-Star team in the National League. At this pace, it's going to be hard for him to make an All-Star appearance as an American leaguer. Hitters are turning on him, taking him deep. He has struggled in his first 5 starts with the Boston Red Sox.
Well, Alex Rodriguez is making friends and influencing people. He's just not getting written into the lineup. And Joe Girardi's getting a little agitated about the questions. More when we return on Yes.
Welcome back to Yankees Baseball. Yes, I'm Meredith Morakovitz. Joe Girardi said on Sunday that it would be up to Alex Rodriguez how many games he played here at Fenway. However, on Tuesday, he had a change of heart, saying he would only play in the finale. He was asked about his decision once again in the pregame press conference.
I got caught up with my emotions, and I apologize for that, okay? I made a mistake. I'm human. But I told you what I was trying to do. And, you know, when I was asked the other questions, I'm very well at what my quotes were. There'd be conversations, and I would try to get him in every game. I said that. But I'm saying I made a mistake. And I'm admitting that. And I'm admitting that to everyone who's watching. My job description does not entail a farewell tour. My job description is to try to win every game and put everyone in the best possible position to do that. And that's what I'm trying to do.
Some other notes, Luis Severino was optioned to AAA. Blake Parker will take his spot on the roster. Plenty more to come here on the Yes Network. When we get back, Michael Kay will have the call of the game. He'll be joined by Ken Singleton and John Flaherty after the break.
Yes, this is brought to you in part by Buick. Experience the new Buick for yourself at Buick.com. By the New York Lottery. Take a break from the expected. Play scratch-off games from the New York Lottery. And by the Honda Summer Clearance Event. Beautiful night here in Boston. It rained about an hour and a half ago, maybe an hour ago, but it has cleared up. And we will have baseball tonight. Drew Pomeranz is on the mound, taking his warm-up. So let's take a look at the Yankees starting lineup, which is presented by Lexus. The left fielder is Brett Gardner. He leads off, batting second and playing center field. Jacoby Ellsbury. Chase Headley at third base will hit third. Cleaning up, first baseman Mark Teixeira. Starlin Castro at second will bat fifth. Batting sixth, playing shortstop Didi Gregorius. Gary Sanchez to DH at seventh. The number 8 hitter is the catcher Austin Romine. And playing right field, Aaron Hicks. He'll bat ninth.
Well, manager Joe Girardi sends that lineup out against the left-hander Drew Pomeranz, finishing up his warm-up tosses. We'll look at his numbers on the year. It'll be his 22nd start, 8-9 with a 3.09 ERA. Let's check out our pitcher scouting report brought to you by your Tri-Honda dealers. He is having an all-star season, or had one, with the San Diego Padres, making the all-star team in the National League. But the Red Sox still waiting for a return on their trade investment. 0-2 in 4 starts, a 6.20 ERA, and he has some positive thoughts against the Yankees. July 2nd, 7 innings, 1 earned run, and no decision in that ball game, but threw a very good game against the Yankees.
So the Red Sox won what turned out to be a nail-biter last night, 5-3, and the Yankees tried to even it up. We'll take a look at the Red Sox defense, which is presented by Geico. Benintendi in left, Bradley in center, Betts over in right infield. It's Travis Shaw, Xander Bogaerts back in the lineup, Dustin Pedroia at second, and Hanley Ramirez will play first. Sandy Leon is having a great season. He'll be behind the plate. And on the mound, as John detailed, is Drew Pomeranz. Yankees come in to the game at 56-56, while the Red Sox are 61-50. Red Sox, one of the teams in front of the Yankees in the wild card hunt. And Joe Girardi said before last night's game, this is a very important series because we're playing a team in front of us. So one down for the Red Sox in their favor. Yankees try to even it up. Pomeranz is ready. Gardner is ready. And let's do it here at Fenway. First pitch is inside, and we are underway. Brian Knight is the home plate umpire. Tony Randazzo at first, the crew chief Bill Miller at second, and Todd Tichenor is over at third. Foul back, 1-1.
We've kind of detailed the struggles for Pomeranz since he's come over to Boston, and one of the main culprits is the fact he only gave up 8 home runs in 102 innings with the Padres. He's given up 5 in 20 innings with the Red Sox.
Well, there was some concern. Petco's a big ballpark.
Yeah.
And this is not a big ballpark, especially the left. And as a left-hander, he'll face a lot of righties. And if a lefty pitches well, he could use this ballpark to his advantage, pitching outside to righties. Foul back.
Yeah, over the years, they've had some lefties that had some success here. I can think of John Tudor, Bruce Hurst, Bill Lee. And you're right, Michael. All of them kept the ball away from the right-handed hitters. You could come to the plate knowing that the pitch is going to be in the outer third of the plate.
Dribbled slowly to third. Shaw will barehand. Fire! Not in time. A base hit for Brett Gardner to start it off.
Well, a good start for the Yankees and for Brett Gardner. That curveball is a big pitch for Pomeranz, and Brett just fights it off the other way. Shaw, a nice job coming up with the bare hand, the strong throw, but Brett Gardner hitting from the left side gets out of the box in great shape. Infield hit to start his night.
5-game hitting streak now for Brett Gardner. Got to figure you're going to hit the ball hard one time tonight, so might have another hit in for him.
Here's Jacoby Ellsbury. He walked in the 9th inning against Craig Kimbrell to force in a run. But Mark Teixeira stared at a called third strike to end the game with the bases loaded. Kimbrell complained of some soreness in his surgically repaired knee. Also threw well over 30 pitches, so he will not be available to close tonight. It will be either Matt Barnes or Brad Ziegler if the Red Sox are in that situation. Ellsbury shows bunt, takes high. 1-0.
He did the game in San Diego that Pomeranz pitched against the Yankees, and one thing he did show in that game, and the Flashes alluded to it already, he had a very good breaking ball, very good curve, almost like a 12-6 breaker.
Fouled away and out of play.
You know, Kenny, if you look at the numbers, he throws his fastball 46% of the time and the curveball 40%. So, I mean, it's pretty much 50-50 there what you're going to get. A few cutters at 13%. But I think if you're a left-hander or even a right-hander, you know you're going to get that breaking ball at some point.
One. A bunt. Pomeranz fields, and he makes the out at first as Gardner advances to second. Let's look at the game time weather presented by Bigelow Tea. Told you it had been raining earlier at 79 degrees. Humidity is high. The wind 11 miles per hour, and there is a chance of rain because of the humidity. Now that's probably going to be scored a sacrifice, but I doubt that Ellsbury is sacrificing in the first inning. Bunting for a hit, but Gardner does move to second. Here's Headley. And there's a strike, and it just scored a sacrifice bunt.
You know, I think back to the Pomeranz deal, and Dave Dombrowski got a lot of praise at making a deal well before the trade deadline. He also brought over Aaron Hill. Well, that Pomeranz deal hasn't really paid off to this point. He still could salvage it the last month and a half.
I think the fact that San Diego was getting rid of several players, it made it a little easier for him to make a deal with the Padres. They sent Andrew Cashner on his way. They sent Matt Kemp on his way. Sent Melvin Upton on his way. They've cleaned house in San Diego.
It's really amazing what they did, Kenny, because it's a complete opposite of what they did the previous season, where they loaded up and made trades and shocked the baseball world, and it seemed like all of the trades didn't work out. So now they're dumping salary and eating a lot of the salary that the players are owed. And they're paying a lot of Melvin Upton's remaining salary.
Yeah. Upton's going to play a lot more now that Jose Bautista is back on the disabled list for Toronto.
Didn't San Diego have an owner who was blaming the players, right, for not performing and all of that? Well, somebody had to bring those players in there.
And pay them, too.
Yeah.
Two and two.
Well, last night, Headley got into it a little bit with the Red Sox starting pitcher, Rick Porcello. That kind of surprised me because Chase is usually mild-mannered. But I think it's Porcello who said something to him that Chase didn't appreciate.
And what he said was questioning that as Headley swings and misses, that Headley was peeking at the catcher's sign when he was at the plate. And Headley said, I didn't do that. No. And he said, but I hold no grudges toward him. I like people that get fired up.
Now here it is. This ball is hit well off the monster and then over the head of Jackie Bradley Jr. And on the play, Headley's going to be thrown out of third. Great throw by Bradley Jr., Gold Glove candidate. And after the play was over, here's where it all started. Porcello had already said something. Chase Headley said, what'd you say? Can you repeat that, please? There's Porcello, who picked up another win last night here. He hadn't lost here at Fenway Park this year. 11-0 at home.
Chase hit 3 rockets off of Porcello last night, so I'm sure Rick thinking, you know what, I'm having some success against everybody else. He must be doing something.
I applaud Chase Headley. You don't take any stuff from pitchers.
I totally agree, but you know what, Kenny, pitchers don't realize how hard it is to peek back at a catcher for location, then look back out at the pitcher and actually pick up a major league pitch.
There's only one time you can really do it. When there's a throw over the first base and you're hitting and everybody's following the throw to first, then you take a little peek. But don't let them catch you doing it.
Teixeira was really effusive in his praise of Pomerantz when the Yankees were in San Diego. Said it's no fluke to have a 2 ERA for half a season. He's the real deal. Count 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner at second. Top of the first. Lefty deals. Just got a piece.
Yeah, there's that curveball that we were talking about. Sandy Leon's going to come out and talk to Pomerantz. This one maybe not quite as sharp. It kind of hung a little bit.
How many trips to the mound have we seen in the last month? I mean, if you want to speed up the game, you've got to stop that. I mean, you can't have unlimited trips to the mound.
Saw quite a few last night, but you got to remember there were 10 extra base hits in the game.
2-2.
I was in the studio during that Subway Series, and was it Robles who was having all the problems with Mark Teixeira, and catchers are the most paranoid people out on the field. You feel like everybody can see your signs. Pitchers are probably on the same page. We saw that last night with Porcello. You always think that people are trying to get your signs, getting a look at them, relaying signs, relaying location.
You know what Bobby Valentine said about our colleague Al Leiter? He said when Al pitched for the Mets, he thought everybody at second was stealing signs and became obsessed with it. He said to the point that I wanted the guy to steal third. Just get off a second.
And if you think about the way Al Leiter pitched, he threw cutters in on righties, what, 90% of the time?
Right.
What is there to steal? Everybody knows what you're going to do. The pitch was so devastating.
Foul back.
Caught Roger Clemens here with the New York Yankees, who would go multiple signs first pitch of the game. You didn't have to have a runner on. He was convinced that there were TV cameras all over the league, locked in on the sequence of signs, relaying it. Talk about another level of paranoia.
Didn't he sometimes call the game himself, John, from the mound?
He did. He was a big believer in being in a rhythm with the catcher. So he would give you signs, like right now, before he stepped in, he would give you some sort of a sign on what pitch he wanted to throw. He wanted you to put that pitch sign down right away, and let's get going.
2-2. Was it intimidating catching him?
Well, I caught him my rookie year here with Boston. That was intimidating.
Right.
Another look at the pitch right here. Like a fastball, maybe a little cut that's down. But later on in his career, Roger was a different guy. Like I said, as far as really paying attention to pitch selection, sequences, rhythm. Here we go, another conversation.
Okay, 3-2.
Now, is this because this will be the 11th pitch and he thinks that Gardner's picked up the sequence, or are they just not coming to an agreement?
I mean, it's probably a little bit of both. I think Brett Gardner being out there, again, you mentioned the catcher is always looking at that runner thinking, you know what, he might have something, let's change it up. But I think in this particular at bat, it's what pitch are you confident in 3-2 to get the job done?
You remember, these guys might be new. They haven't pitched. He hasn't pitched to Leon very often. Just coming over in a deal.
Swing and a miss. Teixeira down on strikes. No runs a hit, no errors, and one man left. Yankees nothing, and the Boston Red Sox coming to bat. His warm-ups. We'll take a look at the Red Sox starting lineup. The second baseman is Dustin Pedroia. He leads off. Batting second, the shortstop, Xander Bogaerts. Mookie Betts in right will hit third. Cleaning up the DH, David Ortiz. Hanley Ramirez at first base bats fifth. Great numbers lifetime against Eovaldi. Jackie Bradley Jr. is in center field. He'll bat sixth. Batting seventh, playing third base, Travis Shaw. Sandy Leon, the catcher, is going to bat eighth and batting ninth. And playing left field, Andrew Benintendi.
Well, that Red Sox lineup going to get an opportunity against Nathan Eovaldi. Finished with his warm-up tosses. He's ready to get going. We'll look at his numbers on the year. He spent some time in the bullpen. He's been in the rotation 9-8 with a 4.80 ERA.
And the pitch to Pedroia is a strike.
Look at our scouting report brought to you by your Tri-Honda dealers. And I guess it has been a successful return to the rotation. 2-2 with a 3.6 ERA in 4 starts.
Fly ball right field. Hicks back. And on the track, he makes the play.
He's had 4 starts in the rotation since his return from the bullpen. 2-2 with a 3.6. 1 bad inning his last time out. Kelly Johnson, a solo shot. Jay Bruce, a 3-run home run. That was the difference in the loss to the Mets. And he's been throwing a confident cutter lately, which I think is a big pitch for him. Get some of the hitters off of his fastball. You don't get swings and misses on the cutter, but it sets up the other pitches.
Here's Xander Bogaerts. Did not play in last night's game. Had a rough road trip. 9 for 46. Still hitting .317 though. And John Farrell wanted to give him 2 days off. Monday was a built-in off day in the schedule, and then wanted to give him another day, so did not start him against the Yankees.
Yeah, he's players really hit well here at Fenway Park, as a lot of players do. .342 this year at home. Well, he's been tough on the Yankees. In his last 10 home games against the Yankees, he's had at least 1 hit.
A little less than a third of the season remaining, and he already has 144 hits.
Yeah, I think Jose Altuve, the only one who has more. One thing I've noticed about Bogaerts over the years, anything inside, he's very, very quick inside. He shortens up his stroke, uses that green monster to his advantage. There's his hitting coach, Chili Davis, the author of 350 major league home runs.
Love that look on Chili Davis's face right there as he's bearing down on Bogaerts and his at bat. It's almost like he's in the box. You know, he's thinking along with the pitcher right there, Kenny, going through, you know, his sequences. What's he going to throw? Is he doing anything to tip pitches? There's a hitting instructor who's involved.
Now, you would think that Chili should at some point get a shot as a manager. He was an unbelievable leader in the clubhouse. Well liked by everybody. When he was with the Yankees, automatically got respect, and he's really a well-regarded hitting coach as well. Ground ball, a short, bobbled there by Gregorius, regains and makes the throw. Let's take a look at the Yankees defense presented by Geico. Gardner, Ellsbury, and Hicks left to right in the outfield. Infield, Headley, Gregorius, Castro, and Teixeira third to first. Austin Romine gets a start behind the plate, and Nathan Eovaldi is on the mound.
Well, we are seeing a first here at Fenway Park tonight. First time that Mookie Betts has batted third this year for the Red Sox. Usually their leadoff hitter and one of the best in the game.
Farrell said the change, switching around the top 3, is not forever, but it's certainly worth looking at. Hey, the Red Sox are looking up in the American League East, and with the changes they've made and the trades that they made, they expect to win the East, and right now they're looking up at Baltimore and Toronto.
You know what? Their pitching has gotten a little bit better. It's their lineup that's scuffled a little bit lately. So John Farrell trying to get a look at some different things.
Fly ball, center field. Ellsbury's there, and that will do it as the Red Sox go down in order against Nathan Eovaldi. We played 1 at Fenway. 0-0 on Yes. brought to you by Toyota. RAV4 Hybrid is the official hybrid vehicle of the Yankees. With so many big names going through transitions, do you think MLB is entering a new era? The answer, yes, the new era is already here. It goes by the names Trout, Machado, Harper. Follow Yes Network and tweet us your responses using hashtag YankeesRAV4 Hybrid. Keep the conversation going. Sterling Castro takes upstairs.
Yeah, each year our players come and go. And, hopefully the ones that are coming into the major leagues can continue to be bright stars in Major League Baseball that fans could follow for years. I mean, the Yankees are a team in transition. They've got a lot of young players that could be called up, and hopefully they become star-type players. Gary Sanchez will be in the lineup tonight. And I'm sure there'll be others on their way up as this season progresses here.
There's some action in the Yankee bullpen right now. And you wonder if something is up with Eovaldi or simply somebody taking it to the mitt, chasing Shreve throwing. Don't know if he's working on something or if something is bothering Eovaldi.
This is a very early wake-up call for Shreve, who usually appears late in the ball game.
If Shreve had something to work on, they would say, let's see how the game plays out, and if you don't get in, you work on it later on. It's very unusual to be working on something in the second inning.
And also, John, I mean, you can tell better than me. It looks like he's throwing harder than just working on something.
Yeah, and you have a bullpen catcher down with a mask on. I mean, it looks like he's getting ready to go, so pay attention.
Yankees did make a roster move before the game. They sent down Luis Severino. He threw very few changeups yesterday, and they feel that he needs that pitch to take the next step, so they send him down to work on that change. So who will make the start the next time that comes around? Well, Chad Green will be able to be called back up.
Chad Green started last night for Scranton Wilkes-Barre.
Rounded up the middle, Pedroia gets Castro.
I found that move strange, though, Michael. I mean, you know, I know Joe Girardi keeps saying that they're trying to win games, and I totally understand that. But don't you need to answer questions about Severino in the big leagues before next spring training or this offseason? Tell him to throw his changeup up here. How about that? Every start, you got to throw a minimum of 10, 12, 15 changeups.
But if it's not a good changeup, then I guess they can lose games up here, and they don't want to do that.
That would be, yeah, but if he goes down and throws good changeups in AAA, are you still going to say, oh, he's going to be part of our rotation next year? Is my question.
Here's my question. Here's my part of it. Do you think Chad Green gets his next start? So it's almost like a competition between the two. Chad Green started, didn't do well. Severino pitched well in relief. He got the start, did pitch well. Chad Green might get the next half.
I can see that's a tough way to go about trying to win a job, isn't it?
Competition is a good thing.
I agree, but
there used to be only one phone company. It wasn't, they charged you what they wanted.
Well, Kenny, I've not seen huge discounts with several phone companies.
You know what I mean, though.
I
you know, yeah.
Well, you know what, John? Your point would be extremely valid if he's not pitching up here in September. If they don't give him 5 starts in September, then what have they learned about him this year?
I think he'll be back.
Right. Shreve continuing to throw, which would lead you to believe. Gary Sanchez, who's the DH tonight, takes outside 1-0. Pedroia shades up the middle. Ramirez pulled off the line at first. There's a strike.
Sanchez style at the plate. He looks very calm and collected, and then he strikes. Not much movement. Quick stroke.
You know what, Kenny, I thought last night was the first night we've seen him maybe pull off some balls a little bit, and I don't know if you're playing in Fenway Park in that green monster, See if he gets it back on track to right center field against the lefty.
Yeah, I know what you mean here, Flash. When you get up there batting right-handed, it's almost like you can reach out with your left hand and touch the wall. You got to try and put that in the back of your mind. Just hit the ball back through the middle with authority. If you happen to pull it well, you're golden.
Dribble to third. Shaw makes the throw, and they just get Sanchez for the final out. So the Yankees go down 1-2-3 against Drew Pomeranz. We go to the bottom of the second. Who will come out and pitch for the Yanks? Call to the bullpen, and Chasen Shreve has probably as much time as he needs, but he's warmed up. Between innings, at third base, umpire Todd Titchener came down and talked to Brian Knight, and you could actually hear from here, and he said he got hurt, so they're bringing in a pitcher. So that means Eovaldi, something happened in that first inning, which was a 1-2-3 first inning. So the Yankees are going to have to get 8 innings out of their bullpen, starting with Chasen Shreve.
If you're Austin Romine and you had that conversation with Eovaldi before the game, that goes out the window now. You got a bullpen night. Joe Girardi right down to see Eovaldi and what was going on. We didn't see anything out on the mound.
1-2-3 inning.
Yeah.
It was last year. Eovaldi had to shut it down after a start against Tampa Bay. I believe it was September the 5th. And his season was over. He had some elbow issues. We're not saying that's what's the problem tonight, but he had to stop his season last year because of injury.
David Ortiz showed a bunt right there, and Didi Gregorius has not moved. If you want to bunt David Ortiz, go right ahead.
Now the Yankees have an extra arm in the bullpen. We told you about Severino being sent down. They call that Blake Parker. So they have 6 righties and 2 lefties, 8 men in the bullpen. And Shreve threw 4 pitches last night, so obviously that will not have an impact in how far he goes today. So Ortiz definitely was moving out of the batter's box, and he walks on 4 pitches. Now, it's hard to speculate on what's wrong with Eovaldi, but the one thing that we noticed is when he walked off. Now look at Shreve's uniform top, right? When Eovaldi walked off the mound, and I noticed that when he walked on the mound, his shirt is absolutely soaking wet. Now, it's a hot and humid day, but none of the other players are like this. Maybe he's not feeling well. And again, total speculation from far away. But he gets a fist bump from Sanchez. Who knows what's up? From Romine, I'm sorry.
Now, it was raining earlier, but I don't think he warmed up in the ring.
No. Nope.
No.
And I noticed that the uniform seemed darker gray when he walked out on the mound to take the mound in the first inning. So who knows what he's feeling and what's up. But we'll wait and see exactly what the Yankees tell us.
And some people perspire a little bit more than other people. You should know that better than anybody. You're
Believe
one of those
me,
guys.
I am one of those guys. And earlier today, I was really one of those guys. John, you and I were talking earlier about the perils of wearing blue on a day that's humid.
Just not smart
Not
choice.
Smart.
How about green?
That's also not a smart choice. It will show. There's a strike from Shreve.
Makes you wonder how many innings Shreve can go here. 2, possibly 3. He's not used to going that many innings.
I think if Joe Girardi got 2 innings, he would probably be ecstatic,
Yeah,
right?
I think so. This might be a game where Girardi's going to have to piece it together with Larry Rothschild, the pitching coach.
Kenny, I was just thinking it's funny in nights like this how the mood in the bullpen changes very, very quickly. Usually guys are chilling out for about 4 or 5 innings, enjoying the fans and the bleachers out there giving you a hard time, throwing things at you. And
Is enjoying the right word?
paying attention, I guess, is the right word. Now all of a sudden you're on edge. You know, you see guys leaning forward. When that phone rings, who's going to be next?
Popped up. Teixeira right there. 1 away. Now, John, yesterday you spoke about the perils of the Fenway bullpen. I remember that Mariano once told me the worst bullpen is the one in Seattle because people are right there against the fence. And obviously they're over-caffeinated too, so.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing about the bullpen here at Fenway is you have the little overhang and you're sitting right up against the wall, so the fans really can't see you right there. But the problem is when you go out to catch, I was thinking last night, I got hit with quarters, batteries, and the insults that get thrown at you, or, I mean, you really laugh, but I would never acknowledge that I heard them, because once they realize you hear them, they have you. And they will take it to another level.
So if it's not coffee here in Boston, what is it?
I think we know exactly what it is in the bleachers. 2-for-1 beer special out there.
Now, John, what's the overriding theme? Is it comments about your parents, your wife?
Well, not as much that. It's basically going right to the core of you as a person and what they think of you.
Popped up. Shallow left center, and Gardner's there for the second out.
I'm glad I never sat in a bullpen.
Well, Kenny, in right field, you could get close to the fence there.
In Detroit was the worst because they were right behind you. You had to play fairly deep in Detroit, too. So Detroit was the worst at Tiger Stadium. And Flash is right. They can, they get in family issues at times.
Here's Travis Shaw.
Best way to make him quiet, though, do something in the game to hurt him. Then they have a tendency to leave you alone. Rich, you were talking about several of these Red Sox hitters. They had a rough road trip, and they've been scuffling. Shaw's one of them. He's 6 for his last 28. You mentioned Bogart's 9 for 46. Big Papi was 4 for 30 on the trip. There's several of the Red Sox hitters not getting it done. Ramirez 6 for 28 on the trip. They might have brought up Benintendi just at the right time.
Well, you're right about one thing, John. Take a look at Chile. He's got resting game face on. It's amazing.
Jackie Bradley 7 for 47 for his last 44. These guys have been smoking all year long. All of a sudden, they need group therapy. So Benintendi shows up in the big leagues. He's 8 for 16.
A lot of hitters will tell you, and we talked about this last night, that when you go on the road and you struggle a little bit, sometimes coming back to Fenway is the greatest thing that can happen, because you concentrate, if you're a lefty, go in the middle the other way off the wall.
Nice job there by Shreve, and he gets Shaw, and that will do it. So the leadoff walk to Ortiz does not hurt, as he is stranded. We'll go to the third. 0-0 here on Yes. Montefiore doing more in state-of-the-art healthcare. Stephen Wright was supposed to get the start tomorrow. Jammed the shoulder running the bases. 13-5. He's an all-star. 3.01. So the Yankees will get Eduardo Rodriguez tomorrow. And that does not change at all Alex Rodriguez playing in the game. He was pinch running against the Dodgers, and he jammed his shoulder, diving back into second, hoping he only misses one start.
Wow.
So a lot of people thought that that would probably eliminate A-Rod starting, but Girardi said he actually has good numbers against Eduardo Rodriguez, so he will play.
Yankees got into a game in San Diego where they used a lot of players, and Girardi was going to pinch run Masahiro Tanaka, and then he changed his mind. He didn't put him out there, and that, I can understand that. I mean, American League pitchers don't run the bases very often.
Chien-Ming Wang's career probably was the end of his career was accelerated. Yeah. You know, he's still pitching, but he was never the same after hurting himself running in a game. 1-2. Grounded to short. Bogarts gets Romine. One away.
Michael, I know it's not funny, but every time you talk about Alex Rodriguez, Wright's out, Rodriguez is in, good numbers, bad numbers, and he's still going to be playing. I mean, it just seems to change every day we come to the park.
Well, Joe Girardi was kind of put on the griddle today in his media session, and it got a little contentious. You could see he's starting to get annoyed with all the questions, and his answer is, I'm trying to win, and obviously he doesn't think Alex could play anymore. And Red Sox fans kind of exacerbated the matter, chanting, "We want A-Rod," last night. And then when Joe was asked about it, he said, "Yeah, I heard it. What do you want me to do? I'm trying to win a game." So by that statement, he's saying, I don't think that Alex could help me win games. Alex took batting practice today, hitting balls into the seats in center field, just to show everybody, look what I can do. Grounded to third. Here is a little of Joe talking before the game, and again, there's lots of it, but we picked out some of what you might want to hear.
I believe that you have a responsibility to the organization, to the team, to the players in that room, to put out what you feel is the best lineup and try to win every game. Also, you have a responsibility to baseball, because there are teams fighting for spots here, and you have to do what you feel is the best, and that becomes difficult.
I mean, not putting words into his mouth, he doesn't think Alex could help him win games.
Except tomorrow night and Friday.
Yeah, that's what doesn't. Now, in fairness to Joe, he's put in a situation where somebody is being released because they can't play anymore, but it's a 5-day release that he's got to deal with the guy hanging around, and he's been promised that he's going to play on Friday. So I don't know if this has ever been done before that we can remember. It just seems odd, because if you are, again, quote, trying to win every game and you think you're still in the playoff hunt, then why is he playing Friday? Why is he playing tomorrow?
You know, the thing about it with Alex Rodriguez, you can think of his whole career, and there have been a lot of ups and downs and turns of every which way, and this is the way this is going to end. And it's almost a microcosm of his whole career, as a nice play is made by Shaw to end the inning.
Kenny, this is the only way it could end.
Yeah.
Because this is what Alex does.
Yep.
He's not A-Rod, he's lightning rod. Standings presented by Mazda. Driving matters. Well, the Orioles and the Blue Jays back and forth for first place in the East, so the other team is then the first wild card. The Red Sox now the second wild card. You've got the Tigers a game back, Mariners 2.5 back. Astros 4 back. Yankees 5.5 back. Well, Chasen Shreve on in relief of Nathan Eovaldi. We have still not gotten any word on what the deal is with Eovaldi, why he had to leave after 1-2-3 first inning. Shreve came on, pitched a scoreless second, and he deals to Leon a strike. Now, in his career, the most innings that Shreve has thrown, 3 1/3. Most pitches he's ever thrown, 56. And both of those in an April game against Boston. So the Yankees are hoping to get 3 innings out of him.
The Red Sox have a strength at the catching position with Leon and Blake Swihart. Ryan Hannigan, who's on the DL with a bad ankle.
Swihart just had surgery, right?
And Christian Vasquez. I mean, they've got a number of catchers.
Well, it's just announced, I don't know if you guys heard it over the PA system. Nathan Eovaldi left the game with right elbow discomfort, and he's been sent back to New York for further evaluation.
That's exactly what happened last year about this time.
Oh, you're right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Grounded to third and bobbled by Headley. Leon reaches. That was not an easy play, but a play he should make. We'll see how they score it.
It's a catcher running, so we'll pay attention to how it's scored. And you're right, it's not the easiest play. Right on the line, kind of hits him in the heel of the glove. You know, if that's a leadoff type hitter, that's going to be scored a base hit.
Wow, Flash, give the catcher some credit. He was hustling down the line.
He can hustle all he wants. It's not going to get there very quick. It gets a base hit.
Yeah, there you go. When you said that, it kind of surprised me.
I know what it feels like to pump your arms really hard and nothing happens.
Here is Andrew Benintendi, and he bunts behind the plate. Romine makes the play. One out. Boy, when you're 8 for 16, what are you bunting for?
Just 8 for 16, hitting rockets all over the place.
I don't know if he might have done that on his own. Who knows?
Back to the top of the lineup, and Dustin Pedroia. There's a strike.
One thing we've seen from Pedroia, and I think in past years he was closer to home plate. And this year he's off home plate and he's hitting the ball better to the opposite field. He's waiting on the ball a little bit better. He's healthier this year.
Just foul.
It's a good observation, Kenny. I was just thinking, would you switch year to year? Because I did it a little bit.
No, I had the same stance,
spot.
Same spot. But I stood off the plate like he did, but I could hit the ball well to the opposite field. And I liked the ball out over the plate. And what I did was I gave the pitchers the illusion that the outside corner was open. But if they missed the corner at all,
that's what you do.
Yeah.
Line drive to left field as Gardner gets it in quickly. It's a double for Pedroia as Leon advances to third.
So you're looking to pull the ball, but anything away, you're going to try and hit hard through the middle or to the opposite field. And Pedroia, I mean, he's been hitting well this year. I mean, he hit 2 doubles here last night. He has a double here tonight. He drove in 3 runs in last night. Wow. He's always been a good high ball hitter, too. Man, he got on top of that one, didn't he? That looked like it was well out of the strike zone. He rips it towards the corner for his 3rd double of the series. Man, he went up to the top limb to get that one.
On his neck.
Love the base, too. How strong he is down below, and you use your hands to get on top.
26 doubles this year. make that 27 now.
Red Sox with a .285 average, first in the American League with men in scoring position, and that's good for fourth in the majors. The Yankees in these situations hitting .226, 21st in the majors, as Bogaerts fouls it back. Blake Parker getting to work right away. So there's no settling in period.
Look out.
And Bogaerts gets pumped. And that loads the bases for Betts.
Well, I notice he's not wearing one of those guards either. No elbow guard for Xander Bogaerts, and he takes it right off the elbow and head to Smart.
Well, that hurts now, and that's going to be one of those things that you're going to feel for a few days every time you grip a bat and try to swing.
Now you get hit there and your fingers go numb.
Well, Joe Girardi is going to signal to the bullpen with Betts coming up and the bases loaded. 0-0 game, bottom of the third. Girardi calls for the righty. Foreshadowing by Girardi before the game and explaining why Severino was sent down. And boy, everything he just said is happening, and Swarzak is not available, so they turn to Blake Parker. That's what he's done at AAA Tacoma, and that's in the Seattle Mariners organization. So 56 strikeouts in 39 and 2/3 innings, 24 hits, 11 walks. So the numbers there are good. And boy, there is no easy indoctrination period. He gets thrown right in.
Yeah, go get him. Mookie Betts having a big year hitting third tonight. Bases loaded, 1 out, Fenway Park.
Now Parker's pitched in the big leagues for the Cubs, 2012 to 2014. So no neophyte, but his first game with the Yankees. And the Red Sox have the bases loaded and 1 out.
This is all new for Austin Romine behind the plate. These guys haven't worked together. You have a little conversation, fastball, slider, changeup, and let's see what happens.
Boy, his move coming to the set, if he doesn't do it every time, that's a balk. So he's got to do that every time, almost like what Luis Tion did. He starts to graduate down with the arm, and then he moves his front foot a couple of times. Let's see if they can turn two. There's one. Not in time. Leon scores. Betts picks up an RBI on the 4-6 force.
Just the slightest bit of hesitation by Castro. Just the ball got into him a little bit. See, he had a little trouble getting it off to Didi. And Didi, even with the strong arm, comes up a little short. Just that slightest bit of hesitation. Betts runs very well. Ball got into his body.
Yeah, you wonder if that backhanded toss also maybe was the right way to go. Like a little soft toss to second base.
Let's take a look at the Honda League leaders. David Ortiz with 88 ribbies is third in Major League Baseball. Encarnacion 94, Arenado 91, Ortiz, Pujols, and Jay Bruce. And here is Ortiz in an RBI opportunity. Fly ball, shallow left, coming on Gardner, and Parker does a good job. Red Sox score a run, they leave two, and we will go to the fourth, 1-0. Brought to you in part by Coors Light. Whatever your mountain, climb on. And by the Lincoln Summer Invitation Sales Event. Get exceptional limited time offers on a Lincoln of your choice. Now we go to the fourth inning here in Boston. Red Sox won, the Yankees nothing. And Jacoby Ellsbury leads off. Count 0-1. The Audi scoreboard 1-2-0, leading 0-1-0. Alex will play tomorrow. Watching tonight. There's a ground ball to second. Ellsbury's out. One away.
Makes you wonder, though, if you get in a big situation here and Pomeranz is still in the game. You know, it's a tight ball game. Bring Alex off the bench. Or Red Sox have a lefty reliever in there.
I'll tell you what, though, Kenny.
Yeah.
I mean, just off what Joe's done.
You say no?
Well, yesterday he wouldn't pinch hit A-Rod for Hicks because he thinks Hicks, who's hitting 191, gives him a better chance than A-Rod.
So was it against the lefty?
No, it was against the right, but he just doesn't think that A-Rod can do it anymore.
We haven't even seen Alex take his pullover off late in games and try to get loose, right? I mean, usually bench coach Robbie Thompson would walk down there and say, Alex, you might want to start swinging a bat. We haven't even seen anything like that.
I mean, the bottom line in all of this that sometimes gets lost with all this drama, he's being released. So if they thought he could play, he would not be released. And the thing that makes it look better is that Hal Steinbrenner has given him a really nice send-off with a ceremony on Friday and an advisor's job and an instructor's job. That's
and one more game.
Right. That's the grand nature of what Hal Steinbrenner did. He made this seem better than it is. He's being released because they don't think he can play. I mean, if they thought he could play, he'd play. He thinks he can play. Count 2-2 on Headley. He struck out in the first inning.
And Headley's been hot on the road for the Yankees, and the uniform says New York across the front there. Hitting about .333 in his last 16 games, including this one. Had a couple of hits here last night. Scored a run, drove in a run. 2 doubles last night.
Squibb ground ball to short. Headley is out. 2 down. Well, Alex is playing tomorrow, but he is definitely playing on Friday as well. It's A-Rod's final game in a Yankees uniform. And yes, we'll have full coverage as the drama unfolds in the Bronx. Start your game day at 6 with a special extended Chevy pregame. Then David Cohn and Paul O'Neill will join me for the call as the Yankees take on the Rays right here on Yes and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. And our special coverage is going to continue all weekend long on Yes. Saturday, 20th anniversary celebration of the '96 team. Then on Sunday, watch as the Yankees honor their legendary closer Mariano Rivera at the stadium. Extended coverage for both days starts at 11:30 a.m. Also in the 6 o'clock pregame on Friday, a sit down with Alex Rodriguez that I think we will find very, very interesting as Mark Teixeira picks up a single with 2 outs in the 4th inning.
You heard Joe in his pregame conference, it was either today or yesterday, mentioned to Sharon that he's swinging the bat much better lately. As he counts down the days to the end of his career.
It really has been the oddest week if you think about it.
It's been crazy.
I mean, how many guys announced they're going to retire at the end of the year, 2 months away from the end of the year? And then how many guys are told they're going to be released, but not until 5 days from now?
Well, you remember Mark Teixeira said he didn't want to be a distraction coming down the stretch. Well, we've kind of forgotten about that retirement, right, with all the Alex Rodriguez news. He's starting to swing the bat better. I saw he had his family here in Boston, so enjoying some of the last road trips.
Almost the exact opposite of the way they're going to go out. I guess you could say it is the opposite ways.
And if you think about it, the Yankees are a 500 team, literally 56 and 56. And all the news has been about them for the last 2.5 weeks. The trades, Chapman, Miller, Beltran, the Subway Series, all the drama there with both teams. Then Teixeira, then A-Rod. Castro swings and misses, and that'll do it. No runs a hit, no errors, and one man left on base. We go to the bottom of the fourth, 1-0 Sox. The MLB.com at Bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with game day, live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet. I would go to the bottom of the fourth inning. Hanley Ramirez against new Yankee Blake Parker, threw 4 pitches to get out of a messy jam in the third.
Got an interesting story about Blake Parker today. One of the rare times this year I took the late bus to the ballpark, and there was not going to be any batting practice, although there was. They had called it off, but then the rain stopped and there was. So I'm standing at the elevator and I noticed this tall guy standing next to me. I had no idea who he was. He had no idea who he was. I look out on the mound. It's him, Blake Parker. Didn't all the way down on the elevator, didn't say a word to each other. I got to go say hello tomorrow at least.
Yeah, I don't talk to people I don't know in elevators.
Well, you know what I mean, Michael?
You don't talk to people you do know on elevators.
Audi scoreboard 1-0 Red Sox.
So I look out on the mound. He's pitching for the Yankees. It's the same guy.
Well, John, you're not exactly chatty Cathy either.
I'll acknowledge you. You just look down at your phone like you're not even there.
I must admit I had my earbuds in. I was listening to music. So.
Foul back, 3-2. John, these last 2 games you've been on high alert for foul balls. You really seem poised.
You know what? We seem like we're so far away, but foul balls come right up here.
Well, you're ready.
We're getting one in the next game
Did you see
and a half.
the one that went to the left of me last night? He almost knocked me out. I felt like Bob Lorenz.
In Seattle.
Yeah.
We are in range.
Fly ball, right field, right down the line. Hicks makes the play near the pesky pole. for the first out. This is how far up we are. Under the watchful eye of our boss.
It's pressure right there.
Yeah.
That is pressure. He stands behind one of us each inning, and that's the one who's really on trial.
Oh, I'm in trouble then, huh? I'm on alert.
That is a long way, but we have had some come back up here. There's Jackie Bradley Jr. One and 0. Kenny, when you were batting left-handed, did you ever come close to hitting the pesky pole?
No. Didn't hit that many home runs here, but they were kind of straight away in the, off the light tower in left center there.
Yeah, that's not the pesky pole.
No, that was it was a pole though.
It was a pole. What do you think? Do you think a righty has a better chance of hitting it, John? Just
You hit that
ball
little
slicing?
slicer down the line? Sure. Johnny Pesky, an old minor league manager of mine at AAA one year.
Line drive, base hit, center field. Now, I only got to know Johnny Pesky when he was an older man around the Red Sox. He seemed like such a good guy. Was he a great guy?
He was an unbelievable guy, and one of those fixtures at Fenway Park. Would be in the clubhouse all the time, would be hitting fungos to everybody, loved being around. But we actually had a change in minor league managers in Pawtucket one year. It was a year with all prospects: Mo Vaughn, Tim Nearing, John Valentin, Scott Cooper, Phil Plantier, and they brought Johnny Pesky down. Kind of that old school we went through two-a-days at AAA when Johnny came down there. It was great. We'd be out in the morning going through fundamentals and then come back for regular batting practice in the afternoon. Just a fantastic guy.
There's a strike to Travis Shaw.
And speaking of the pesky pole, earlier this year, J.J. Hardy of the Orioles hit it twice in one game. And up to that point, I don't think he'd ever hit a home run to right field.
Goes off speed, drops it in for a strike. Nice curveball by Parker.
And Parker pitches to his numbers like he was throwing at Tacoma. The Yankees have themselves a pitcher. That's you know, you trust your scouts. You're looking for arms throughout the minor league systems. The Yankees had a need, and here's your man standing right at the elevator with you.
Kenny, I have an elevator story today. Coming back from breakfast with my wife, and I'm texting our producer about a tease that I'm working on.
Gotcha.
And my head is down as I'm texting, and you go around that corner to the elevator, and I literally slam right into Brett Gardner.
Ooh.
And I said, "Oh, I'm really sorry." I said, "That's all right." And then my wife looks at me and says, "Really? You're the people that you hate?" I said, "Yeah, you know I hate myself."
Leave it to Jody to remind you of that, huh?
Can you imagine how I'd be received organizationally if I hurt Brett Gardner by running into the hotel?
Well, if you had to report it tonight on the game.
Yes.
Yeah. Considering the fact he's now got a 5-game hitting streak going.
That wouldn't be good.
That wouldn't go over well.
2-2, runner goes. No, he stopped after about 2-3 steps. And the count is full of 3-2.
Well, you got the feeling that he'll be going now with 1 out. Jackie Bradley had 7 steals and 8 attempts this year. He's been pretty good.
I'm just impressed that our producer talks to you during the day. I don't even say hello to the guy until 7 o'clock at night.
Wow. Runner goes. Pitch is high. So a walk to Shaw, putting runners on first and second with 1 out.
I'm staying out of this one.
If you're wondering, if you just tuned in, well, where's Nathan Eovaldi? Pitched a 1-2-3 first inning and did not come out for the second. And the Yankees are trying to piece it together with the bullpen. Chasen Shreve pitched an inning and a third. Then Blake Parker got the final 2 outs of the third, now pitching here in the fourth. And we got word that Eovaldi discomfort in his right elbow and is heading to New York for further evaluation. Now Nick Goody is up. And as Girardi said in that clip that we played, there's really not a long man out there. There's a bunch of guys that pitch an inning. And that's how he's going to get these 8 innings. And the worst thing that could happen to the Yankees is an extra inning game tonight. Missed outside, 1-1. In 9 games against the Yankees, Leon hitting .320, .368 overall this year, 4 homers, 20 ribbies. Popped up on the right side. Teixeira toward the stands. Leans in. And can't make the play.
Yeah, good effort. That ball was towards the second row at least. Sure gave the old college try. In this case, the old Georgia Tech try. Looks like he has it measured and then can't quite get it. Tarp was in the way. Couldn't reach any further. So near and yet so far. Look at it on Yes Mo, brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealer.
There's a base hit to right field. Bradley Jr. rounds third. They hold him up. They do not want to test the arm of Hicks. And the throw cut off by Teixeira.
What a year Sandy Leon is having. He hits the ball soft. He has an infield base hit. Now he hits his slider right on the nose, pulls it into right field. Brian Butterfield, the third base coach, one of the best in the league. He knows Aaron Hicks has that strong throwing arm. Jackie Bradley Jr. runs well coming around third. He's thinking it's a no-brainer, but Brian Butterfield has a different plan.
Larry Rothschild will come out and talk with Parker. So the bases are loaded with 1 out. Andrew Benintendi coming up. Sometimes when somebody's injured, you start to look deeper into the numbers. And our very own Jeff Quagliata, who does all this great research back in our studio, came up with this on Eovaldi in the first inning. Eovaldi threw 4 fastballs in the first inning. And in the 4 fastballs, he averaged 93.8 miles per hour. His fastball this year averages almost 97 miles an hour. So right there, that's a red flag. His cutter usually averages over 90 miles an hour. One of the cutters he threw was a 90-mile-an-hour cutter. So the velocity was not there, and we find out that the elbow was indeed bothering him. So the Yankees looking for the double play. Benintendi looking for a couple of ribbies. Bases loaded. Red Sox lead 1-0. Pitch outside, 1-0.
I want to see what Austin Romine is thinking behind the plate here with Benintendi. We saw him go the other way with power last night. The Yankees made a little adjustment trying to throw the ball on the inner half, and then he pulled it into right field. It looks like Parker likes to throw his fastball out over the plate. Might not be a great matchup.
Red Sox fans are getting excited about this young man. We mentioned last night out of the University of Arkansas, and didn't play any at the AAA level. Came straight from AA to the big leagues.
How about this, Kenny? Elias came up with this stat. The first player, Benintendi is, with back-to-back 3-hit games for the Red Sox within 10 days of his major league debut, ever. Had a 3-hit game on Sunday, and then the next game was Tuesday, a 3-hit game again last night.
He got a piece of his foot. He wears a shin guard, but I think that got him on the shoe.
Said his mom was here last night. His dad couldn't make it, had to work. I was watching on TV. Two and two. Bases loaded. 2-2 count, 1 out. In the bottom of the 4th, Red Sox up 1-0 over the Yanks. And the pitch. Let's see if they can turn 2 here. Well, they can't. A run will score as Gregorius Taglione. So Benintendi reaches on a fielder's choice, gets an RBI. It's 2-0 Red Sox.
Well, you're always looking at young players, and can they do the little things? Benintendi able to put the ball in play. Didi takes the out. That's right in front of him. Benintendi runs too well. 2 strikes, you're thinking strikeout. Not a great pitch by Parker right there, and Benintendi puts it in play. Red Sox pick up another run.
Just 14 months after being signed by the Red Sox as a #1 pick, he's in the big leagues.
Well, Joe Girardi takes the ball from Parker. We'll go to the bullpen again. live on your mobile device using Fox Sports Go. Just download the app and sign in with your subscriber information. Fox Sports Go is available for DirecTV, Optimum, Time Warner Cable, Fios, and Frontier customers. Yankees' fourth pitcher, Nick Goody, comes on. Runners on first and third with one man out. This is Goody's 26th game. He has 32 strikeouts in 27 innings. And he will face the dangerous Dustin Pedroia. Did he go? Yes, he did, said Tony Randazzo.
Goody's last 19 outs he's recorded, 10 of them have been via the strikeout. Pedroia is tough to strike out.
One and one.
That'll keep you from diving at the outside corner.
Pedroia seems like one of those guys that just gets his attention a little bit more, Kenny.
Now the really good hitters take it as a compliment.
Yeah.
Popped up, left side, drifting back. Gregorius will make the play, and Goody gets the final out. But the Red Sox get a run on 2 hits, 2 men left. Nice night in Boston. We go to the 5th inning, 2-0 Red Sox. Top of the 5th inning, it's 2-0 Boston. Sometimes between innings, you're told things that are that really border on the phantasmic. I just made up a word, and I'll tell you exactly what I heard. Pitch to Didi is a strike. John Flaherty leaned over to the front of the booth and pointed to the bat boy that the Red Sox have, who's actually kneeling right there.
It's not a bat boy.
And John said, that bat boy was here when I was here. That was 1993.
It's a Batman.
Rip to right field. Betts back. Still back. Track. Wall. See ya. A home run for Didi Gregorius. And the Yankees on the board. Red Sox now lead 2-1.
I mentioned the other day, it seems that whenever a lefty hangs something on the inner third to Didi, he does not miss it. Let's see if this is a fastball. It's supposed to be away, but it hangs towards the middle, and it's up, and he scorches it. Mookie Betts, this is coming right at you, folks. Mookie's not going to get it into the Red Sox bullpen, and the Yankees are on the board. Number 14 for Gregorius this year.
Well, you think back to his first at bat against Pomeranz, he was overmatched.
Cadillac scoreboard 2-1 Red Sox as Sanchez fouls it back.
I was actually thinking I haven't seen Didi look that bad against a lefty in a long time, and he comes right back in the next at bat. 14 home runs on the year.
And now 50 ribbies. Line drive, base hit, right center field. Cutting over his Betts, he'll cut the ball off in the gap. Big turn by Sanchez, but thought better of it, so he'll take a single. They're getting the numbers right. They just had 3-0 Red Sox, so they gave the Red Sox the run for Didi's homer. There it is. So they had to change that. It's 2-1 Red Sox. There's some scrambling behind the Green Monster. There's Austin Romine. Base hit, left field. Moving to second, Sanchez, so Romine picks up a single.
Well, it's Pomeranz was sailing along, and he's now given up 4 hits to the last 5 hitters.
Now this is a chicken and the egg question. Have the Yankees caught on to him, or is he having a bad inning, not making pitches right now?
Well, let's put he's been having a bad time ever since he came over to this league. I mean, he's got a 6.20 ERA. He's been getting hit pretty hard. He's had 5 home runs allowed in 20 innings. So I think this is just more of the same for him, but it's all been concentrated in this inning.
Yeah, I think his curveball was really good early on, and the cutter getting in on some of the righties. Now that cutter's flattened out a little bit. I'm impressed with Sanchez, though. A nice adjustment. Last night we talked about him opening up a little too quick and hammering one to right center field.
Almost got through.
So Carl Willis, the pitching coach, has a talk with Pomeranz. And here is Aaron Hicks. Yankees have actually out-hit the Red Sox 5-4. They trailed 2-1, but threatening here. 1 run in on the Didi home run. Now first and second, still nobody out. Will they have Hicks bunt? Red Sox are expecting it as Hanley Ramirez on the grass at first, and Shaw about even with the bag at third. Not bunting, but it's bounced up there, and a nice play by Leon.
Pomeranz almost advanced the runners himself with a wild pitch.
Robbie Ross Jr. is up, one of 2 lefties in the bullpen for the Red Sox. (2-0) on Hicks.
Robbie Ross getting ready kind of tells you something. I mean, Pomeranz still has the lead.
And just 74 pitches.
Exactly. So, you know, they've seen him struggle, so they're getting somebody ready in a hurry.
That pitch right there has really been a good pitch for Pomeranz. It's kind of leaving him this inning, or left him this inning. A cutter in on the hands of the righties. Hicks, all he can do is foul it off, pull it foul. It's a good pitch when it's located inside. When it's out over the plate like it was to Didi, you can really do some damage with it.
A strike. Two. Three-two. Swing and a tip into the glove of Leon. One away.
Strikeout number 5, and he painted him into the 3-2 corner where he had to throw the fastball, and he got it by Hicks. And once again, a pitch over the outer third of the plate, and it looks to me, Flash, like he opens up a little too quick, and he can't really drive that ball the other way.
Totally agree. I think he has trouble getting that front foot down on time as well, you know, and he's kind of just a little bit late.
Here's Brett Gardner. Singled in the first, fouled out to third. In the third.
He's already got run over one time today by Michael Kay. Now the fastball up and in almost gets him again. Is that how he looked at you today?
No, he was very pleasant. He really, other guys would have punched me in the face. He was great. One and one. One and two on Gardner. Bounced up there, 2-2. You've got Sanchez at second and Romine at first. One man out, 1 run in with the home run by Gregorius. And it's a 2-1 Red Sox lead here in the 5th.
Yeah, I've been impressed by Leon's ability to block balls in the dirt. It looks like he's right on top of everything. And he's had some tough ones to deal with tonight from Pomeranz.
Sky the other way and out of play. Fouled away again.
There's your ball man bringing the balls out, Flash. Now, you said he had been a bat boy, that he graduated to bringing the balls out to the umpires.
He kind of did it all back in '93. He's doing it all now.
Okay.
Grounded to second. There's one. And there's two. So Pomeranz, whatever Willis said, got tough and got out of it. But the Yankees do get a run on the board. Off the bat of Didi Gregorius, lefty in the mound, not a problem. His 14th home run of the year and his 50th run batted in.
Michael, but the way Hal Steinbrenner approached it with so much respect, I thought it was an incredible opportunity for me to continue my relationship with the Yankees and the Steinbrenner family. And I'm a big believer, and we share the same beliefs about the Yankees, our prospects, and where we're going to be in the next 4 to 5 years.
That was an interview we conducted with A-Rod before yesterday's game. You'll see the entire interview. It's about 10 minutes long on our special pregame show on Friday, which will start at 6. And we'll carry the ceremony before the game and Alex's last game in pinstripes. And you can watch that on Yes. All of the coverage starts at 6 o'clock. And of course, Alex is scheduled to play here as well tomorrow, so tune in for that also on Yes. Cadillac scoreboard 2-1. Red Sox over the Yankees. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Xander Bogaerts leads off against Nick Goody.
Check out that left elbow now, Kenny.
Yep, here we go. You know what? He's got a guard on this time. Yep. That might be on there for the next few days.
What would be the reason not to have it? Does it encumber you?
I didn't wear one.
I never tried one.
Yeah, me neither.
But if it doesn't encumber you, and it would seem foolish not to wear it.
Well, just look at that, though. I mean, for me, that would look uncomfortable.
Looks like he has a compression wrap under there, too, so they've tried to keep the swelling down.
Barry Bonds, almost like he wore a catcher's shin guard.
It was part of a knight in shining armor's. Looked like he took off a sleeve and put it on.
I would think it would give you a lot more bravery at the plate in leaning over, knowing even if you got hit, you aren't going to get hurt, as Bogaerts walks. Yeah, there's definitely a compression wrap there, Kenny. So he's held on by Teixeira, and that'll bring up the number 3 batter, Mookie Betts. And a strike. Fouled straight back here. And just to the left of our booth.
Maybe we're not in range.
It's landed right on the ledge, costing a fan a souvenir. Just sitting there.
Bet steps in tonight. He's got a 10-game hitting streak going. He was a player of the month in the American League in July.
That one is ripped to left field. It's a base hit. One hop up against the wall. Bogarts will stop at third. It's a double for Betts. And the Red Sox have runners on second and third and nobody out. Let's take a look at tonight's Cold Hard Facts. They're brought to you by Clean, Crisp Coors Light. And with David Ortiz coming up, this is the most consecutive 20 or more home run seasons. So Aaron has the most with 20. Ruth has 16. And Ortiz and A-Rod tied at 15 with Barry Bonds and Willie Mays.
Betts just hit, I guess, what you can classify as the hanging slider. He just went out and got it and ripped it into the corner.
Red Sox up 2-1, looking for more. And they will intentionally walk Ortiz. Crowd doesn't like it, but it's certainly the move to make, as they will pitch to Ramirez and try to get a double play.
This brings me back to the days of Manny Ramirez and David Ortiz in the middle of the lineup for the Red Sox. So pick your poison.
Tommy Lane, former Boston Red Sox player. He left the last homestand playing for the Red Sox. Red Sox went on a long road trip. They made the trade for Fernando Abad, released him, and when the Red Sox came back home, he was playing for the opposing team, the New York Yankees. So Goody has loaded the bases with nobody out. So Ramirez 0 for 2 tonight, popped to first, and a fly ball down the line and right. Yankees at double play depth at short and second. They'll give up a run for 2. They are in at the corners. Checks his swing. Did he go? No, he did not.
The Red Sox have been putting some pressure on the Yankees the third and the fourth inning, but haven't had that big hit. Only Ramirez in the driver's seat right here.
One and one. Yankees having to piece it together out of the bullpen because of the injury to Nathan Eovaldi, the starter. Pitched a 1-2-3 first inning, left with discomfort in his right elbow. It was Shreve, Blake Parker, and now Nick Goody, with Tommy Lane warming. Just missed. 2-1.
What a difference a pitch makes. A good fastball right on the outside corner, maybe off. He doesn't get the call. Advantage goes to Ramirez, now ahead in the count 2-1 instead of 1-2.
Yeah, what that does, it usually brings a pitcher a little closer to the middle of the plate with his next pitch, because he doesn't want to go to 3-1.
Way outside, he goes to 3-1. Well,
there are some counts, some points in ball games where as a pitcher you just have to make up your mind. I'm going to throw my best pitch. Try to throw it down and away and take your chances. Bases loaded, nobody out, 3-1 count.
Goody deals. Fly ball, shallow left, tagging Bogaerts. Gardner makes the play. Here's the throw, and Bogaerts goes halfway and then heads back.
Well, let's go through a pitch by pitch from Goody to Ramirez. First pitch slider is going to be down in the dirt. Nice play by Austin Romine. Fastball up, swing and a miss. This really the key pitch right here. Fastball could have went either way. It goes in Ramirez fashion. A slider off the plate. And then again, 3-1, throw it down and away, take your chances, and a nice job locating the fastball, an easy fly ball, and Joe Girardi back out to the mound.
Well, he's going to match up against the left-handed Jackie Bradley Jr. by bringing in Tommy Lane. Goody is done. Bases loaded, 1 out, bottom of the 5th, 2-1, Boston.
Talking about this last play, here's a fly ball at the bat of Hanley Ramirez, medium left center field. Gardner has a pretty good arm. Look where Butterfield is stationed, about halfway home. Bogaerts starts with every intention of scoring, but Butterfield sends him back. Remember, there was nobody out at the time. You don't want to double play there. So now there's just 1 out, and a deeper fly ball might score.
Well, John Flaherty said it before, considered one of the best baseball men in the game. Great third base coach. Actually out of the Yankee system. Players love him. Just has a real good way about him. Works with the Red Sox infielders exclusively. Tommy Lane comes on. Spent the season with Boston yesterday, his first appearance with the Yankees. Popped up. Moving over is Teixeira. Near the Red Sox dugout, makes the play. 2 down. Bogaerts threatened to go and tag, but stayed right there.
Teixeira got to the rail quickly and begins to lean, but then realized the ball came back a little bit, and he had plenty of room to make the play for out number 2.
So Aaron Hill is going to pinch hit for Travis Shaw. As the Red Sox try to give Pomeranz some breathing room here. Bases loaded, now 2 outs. Shaw was 0 for 1 with a walk tonight. It was one of those acquisitions made by GM Dave Dombrowski. Good guy off the bench. There's a strike.
And came over from the Milwaukee Brewers. Yankee fans might remember him. He started out second baseman for the Toronto Blue Jays. Had some pretty good years in Toronto. They traded him to Arizona eventually. Good play by Romine. And both catchers have made some tremendous stops on pitches in the dirt tonight. This one saves a run. Off the heel of the glove, off the chest protector. Textbook, right, Flash?
You know, you think about some of the Yankee pitchers in this inning making huge pitches to get some pop-ups. You're right, Kenny. Austin Romine behind the plate, a couple of nice blocks in this inning.
1-1. 1-2. And Romine goes out and tosses with Lane. John Farrell effusive in his praise of Tommy Lane. Very difficult to deal, he said, because of the pitcher that he is and also the person that he is. Great guy, he said, and there is a great pitcher in there as well. And somebody's going to tap into that. He did well for us. We just felt bringing in a bod made us a little bit better, he said, but it was very tough to see this guy go. And Lane said, always around the trade deadline, I'm the type of guy, type of player, level player that should get nervous. And that's what happened. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Got him. Yankees get out of a bases loaded, nobody out jam, and the Red Sox don't score. We'll go to the sixth. It's 2-1 Boston.
It's the premiere of the newly updated Yankeeography, Derek Jeter, and celebrate the captain's most memorable moments with personal reflections from family and friends. Let's get the inside story of Derek's farewell tour and his fairy tale. Final game at Pinstripes premieres tonight after the postgame only on Yes. What a game that was.
Ellsbury pops up the first pitch of the sixth inning. Bogarts is there. One away. New third baseman Aaron Hill will pinch hit for Travis Shaw. And that brings up Chase Headley. Yankees trail this 2-1. amazingly, you don't think of it this way because a lot of people, I guess, are disappointed that Headley has never recreated what he did with the Padres in that one season. He led the Yankees in hits last year, 150 hits. And there's a hit in 2016, his first hit of the night. Let's take a look at the pitch count, brought to you by the Acura Summer of Performance event. 88 for Pomeranz, 61 strikes, 27 balls. And he'll face Mark Teixeira, who had a single in the fourth inning. He's 1 for 2. Clay Buchholz demoted to the bullpen, throwing in the bullpen. Was such high hopes for Buchholz. They thought he was going to be something else, but
Didn't stay healthy.
Health has been, but health is really not an issue this year. Just ineffectiveness.
Was it his second start he threw a no-hitter?
I think it was.
I think it was. Early in his career, he threw one against Baltimore.
Mark, a 199 hitter, but 246 with runners on this year. And the count is 3-0. Do the Yankees green light Teixeira? Headley leads off first, held by Ramirez. He takes it down the middle for a strike, 3-1. Now he's on his own. And a walk to Mark Teixeira, moving Headley to second. So first and second, one out. Castro coming up. And Buchholz coming in. So Farrell has seen enough of Pomeranz. He'll call for the right-hander to face Starlin Castro. Obviously, Alex Rodriguez's final game in pinstripes. You could also help the Yankees kick off the '96 World Championship anniversary weekend, as the first 15,000 guests in attendance are going to receive a 1996 World Championship replica trophy courtesy of Delta Airlines. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com. Visit the Yankee Stadium ticket window, Yankees clubhouse shops, or you can call Ticketmaster at 877-469-9849. And if you remember, that season started with a bang. A rookie shortstop named Derek Jeter.
Oh, you got a run on that one. That's gone.
And you can hear Phil Rizzuto how great the two eras coming together, passing the torch, a Hall of Fame shortstop, making the call, and Derek Jeter with that home run and then that over-the-shoulder catch kind of showed that he was ready for the big stage. Struggled so much in spring training when there was talk about making a trade for a shortstop. But they stayed with him, and that seems like it was a pretty good idea.
Not bad.
Yeah, we looked it up. It was Clay Buchholz's second appearance in the major leagues. He threw a no-hitter. September 1st, 2007. This is what he's done this year. He's in the rotation at the beginning of the year. Struggled. The Red Sox moved him to the bullpen. He's been better out of the bullpen for the Sox this year.
The 0-1. 0-2.
Kenny, you mentioned the numbers better out of the bullpen for Buchholz. You wonder if maybe you eliminate that thought of going through a lineup a few times. You come out of the bullpen, he's more aggressive. Maybe you throw only 2 of your 4 pitches, maybe 3. Things get a little simpler, and numbers have gotten a little bit better.
Chopped softly to Hill. He goes to second one, on to first, double play. Around the horn, 5-4-3 double play, and Joe Girardi out of the dugout, waiting to see what the replay says. We'll show you first. This is a better look. I don't know if they'd overturn that. Joe is not going to challenge. So an around the horn inning-ending double play as Buchholz gets the job done. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. 2-1 Red Sox. Opportunity as Castro hits into an around the horn double play. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Red Sox are up 2-1. Tommy Lane, the 5th Yankee pitcher, came in to get out of a jam in the 5th, and he deals a strike to Leon. Sandy's 2 for 2, his average up to 374. Now, he's come down a bit since the All-Star break. He hit 455 in the first half of the season.
Not only is he hitting for that high average, he's doing it from both sides of the plate. He's a switch hitter. On this side of the plate, Leon is over a 400 hitter. Over 300 left-handed.
Now Christian Vasquez and Blake Swihart were the two catchers coming in, and highly thought of by the Red Sox. Swihart's going to have season-ending surgery on his left ankle, so those guys just have not been available, and Leon has been a godsend for them. And he works a walk to lead off the sixth. Let's check out tomorrow's starting pitchers, brought to you by Fios. Fios is not cable. We're wired differently. Visit getfios.com. Michael Pineda will get the start for the Yankees. And from the looks of today, he better give them length. And Eduardo Rodriguez steps in for Stephen Wright, who hurt himself diving into the bag, pinch running against the Dodgers. So Rodriguez 2-5, 5.93. All of our coverage begins at 6 p.m. on Yes Game Time, right around 7. And A-Rod will be in the lineup his last game in the Yankee Road Grays at Fenway Park. There's a strike to Benintendi. Fair ball inside first and against the sidewall. It kicks out to Hicks. He will hold Benintendi to 1. Throw comes into second. Leon goes to third, and the Red Sox have runners on the corners and nobody out.
He's got a quick bat, doesn't he? That ball just looked like it went right over the bag. Tony Randazzo looked like a late call, but it was emphatic. We get a good look at it. It's brought to you on Yes Mo. Ooh, wow. Right over the corner. He says it's over the corner. As we get a look at it on Yes Mo.
Well, Joe Girardi trying to mix and match and patch this together out of the bullpen after a starter gave his 1 inning. So now Tyler Clippard will come on, and he is handed a tough situation, first and third, and nobody out. Brought to you in part by GMC. We are professional grade. Learn more at GMC.com. By People's United Bank NA. Thumbs up for quick balance with Touch ID on your mobile phone. And by your Tri-Honda dealers. Hurry to your local Tri-Honda dealer for great deals on the 2016 models. Look at the Mass Pike. Off to the side of Fenway Park. And inside Fenway Park, it's 2-1 Red Sox. Bottom of the sixth, Red Sox threatening for more. Runners on the corners, nobody out. Yankees bringing Tyler Clippard to face Dustin Pedroia. Yankees playing back for the double play. Clipper deals. A strike on the inside corner.
See the numbers for Clippard right there. The Red Sox have been threatening the last 3 innings. The Yankee pitching doing a good job staying away from that big inning, that one big swing of the bat. See if they can do it again here in the 6th.
You keep tempting fate against the highest scoring team in Major League Baseball. It can be tough to get through them when they've had so many scoring opportunities.
Well, that's what's left in the Yankee bullpen, and you could put a line through Swarzak. He threw too many pitches, not available for a couple of days, so it's Warren and Betances. That's what's left. Line drive, base hit. Past Headley into left field. 1 run scores. Benintendi goes to third. The throw goes to second. It's an RBI single for Pedroia, and it's 3-1 Red Sox.
Pedroia has a couple of hits tonight. He's reached safely in 23 straight home games, and 54 of 60 in this ballpark he has reached safely. So there's the base hit. Gardner playing towards the left center field. That enables Benintendi, who runs very well, to go first to third, and still nobody out.
Here's Xander Bogaerts. Grounded to short, was hit by a pitch and walked. Foul back. The 0-1. 0-2.
There's that quickness inside. Bogaerts, that ball's a little up. He couldn't get to it, but he does like the ball in. This the other day about Bogaerts. He has 15 hits this year when the count was 0-2, when he was down on the count 0-2, including 4 home runs. That's impressive, because sometimes pitchers are trying to waste pitches on 0-2 and trying to get you to chase. It shows you if they make too good a pitch and not wasted enough, he's going to get a hit on it.
I think Clippard got away with one there, tried to elevate a fastball, and it wasn't quite high enough.
First and third, still nobody out. 1-2 count on the number 2 hitter in the lineup, the shortstop Xander Bogaerts. Fouled that one straight back. Again, playing a double play depth. And the 1-2. 2-2. 3-1 Red Sox. Bottom of the 6th inning. Fouled away.
You know, you say that the heart of the order is up for certain teams. When you look up and down the Red Sox order, it's the heart of the order just about everywhere.
Big heart.
Yep. Makes it that much more difficult for pitchers to work their way out of jams. There's hardly anybody you could pitch around. Mookie Betts is on deck.
Foul back. What do you go to here, John?
Throwing the kitchen sink at him right now. I wouldn't mind seeing another high fastball. Kenny, you talk about Bogaerts maybe extending.
Maybe.
He extends up a little bit. Looks like he's in swing mode right now. If you're Austin Romine, try to take advantage of that. Looks like we got a fastball away coming.
2-2. Foul back here. And out of play.
Bogaerts is showing you just how tough he is to put away. We saw it from Pedroia last night. Tough hitters.
Rounded to short. There's one. Not in time to get away and get to the double play. So Benintendi scores. Fielder's choice RBI for Bogaerts. And it's 4-1 Red Sox.
Clippard does a good job getting the ground ball after that long battle, but Didi has to go to his right. The throw over to Castro doesn't even bother going to first.
And the ball wasn't hit all that hard either, so that made it even more difficult to turn two.
So 2 runs in, it's 4-1 Boston. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning. Bogaerts leads off first. Betts at the plate. Betts 1 for 3.
You know, we mentioned that Betts is batting third for the first time this season, and when you looked at his numbers there, they look like the numbers you would see from a third place hitter, not a leadoff hitter. 75 runs batted in. The 23 home runs.
Ripped into left center field. Splits the outfielders, and it goes to the wall. Played out there by Ellsbury. Bogaerts rounding third, heading home. Here's the throw. Here's the play. He's out. Great execution by the Yankees as Betts moves to second on the throw home. 2 away.
Well, you called it, Michael. Ellsbury plays it off the wall. He gets it to Didi, and Didi does the rest. This is the second runner Didi's thrown out at home plate in the last couple of days here. And you can see Bogaerts cut down. Throw is there right on the money, and here's another one on the money, and he is definitely out at the plate as Brian Knight, the umpire, makes the call.
We give Ellsbury credit for getting it to Didi, but Didi Gregorius showing a lot of arm strength. Austin Romine, if you're a catcher and you get a throw like this is easy to handle. Apply the tag. Nice play all the way around.
Well executed.
So a double for Betts. But Ellsbury got it in quickly to Didi, and Didi fired home, and Romine applied the tag for the second out. We'll see if that play looms large as we move forward in this game. Here's David Ortiz, runner at second, 2 men out.
So many mind games going on right here. First base is open. David Ortiz standing there thinking, you're not going to give me anything to hit. First two were wide, and now Austin Romine puts his glove up to finish off the intentional walk. First two weren't even close.
So 3 walks to Ortiz tonight, 2 of the intentional variety. And fans not loving it.
I'll tell you who should not be loving it is Hanley Ramirez. They've walked the guy twice in front of him. And he's 0 for 3 tonight.
So first and second now, 2 outs, and that brings up Ramirez. And a strike.
You know, I'm thinking about that relay throw from Didi Gregorius. Now on that play, Castro serves as a backup in case the throw misses Didi, and Teixeira is supposed to cover second base. The first baseman covers second or follows the runner towards second base. If I'm the Yankees, I'm going to have Didi make just about every relay throw from the outfield. He's the man you got to look for. And it's because of the type of arm he has. We've seen it from shortstop on plays at first base from deep in the hole. But here's another look at it. From short center field.
And this replay brought to you by New York Presbyterian, official hospital of New York Yankees. Amazing things are happening here. One and 2 on Hanley Ramirez. Two and 2.
The Yankees has only been able to put together 1 1-2-3 inning. That was by Evaldi, who had to lead the game in the first inning. And the Red Sox have applied the pressure from that point on.
Two. They are really making Clippard work and also getting his pitch count up, as he's thrown 24, and the Yankees still have 3 innings that they have to fill. Now, if there's no bottom of the 9th inning, they'd be 2 innings have to fill, and they do have Warren and Betances out there. Two. Bounces past Romine, and the runners move up.
Well, one finally escapes Romine. He's been doing a great job at stopping these in the dirt, but this well in front of home plate, skips underneath the glove, between the legs, and back to the backstop.
Wild pitch. So 3-2, 2 out, 2nd and 3rd. 2 runs already in. Fly ball, left field. Gardner is there and makes the play for the final out. But the Red Sox score 2, 3 hits, and 2 men left. We go to the 7th. 4-1 Boston. MLS Player of the Month, Frank Lampard, leads first place New York City FC into battle as they travel to Columbus for a clash with the Crew. Watch all the action live with kickoff Saturday at 7:30 right here on Yes, presented by Etihad Airways. New pitcher for the Red Sox is Matt Barnes, which keeps alive their hope. They brought in Buchholz to get Castro, who hit into a double play. Buchholz is supposed to start Saturday, which would be in place of Stephen Wright because they moved everybody up. And I guess he could still start after just throwing a couple of pitches to get out of that jam. So here's Matt Barnes, who was one of the finalists to maybe close this game. So now if this game does get closed and it's the same situation, it will be Brad Ziegler. Here's Gregorius, the Yankee offense. He had a home run off of Pomeranz in the 5th. And Barnes deals a strike. GMC scoreboard, 4-1 Boston. Barnes, hard-throwing right-hander.
We saw him in last night's game get the first save of his professional career. Kimbrel was struggling. Barnes came in, got the job done.
98 miles an hour right by Didi, 0-2.
Yeah, that'll get it done. 98.
Made a good pitch on Teixeira. Fastball over the outside corner and caught him looking.
One, two. That got a big piece of Sandy Leon.
Yeah, that one hurt. And Brian Knight, the home plate umpire, going to clean off home plate. John Farrell, the manager, out along with the trainer. Flash, that can't be good for the jaw.
That's exactly where you're going to feel it, Kenny, up by kind of your ears. And we've always been able to kind of shrug these off, but now with all the concussions and hearing of catchers getting concussions with the foul balls, but yeah, that's exactly where you feel it.
Tough position, Flash. I don't know how you did it all those years.
You know, I talked to Tony Pena about all the concussions and asked him how many he thought maybe he had in his career, and he said none because he wore those old steel masks.
The heavy ones.
Yeah, the heavier ones back in the day, which he felt protected the catchers more than some of these lightweight and the catcher style or the hockey style mask.
I think your neck would hurt with all that weight on.
And once again, as they did last night, crowd chanting, "We want A-Rod."
Well, the jacket's off.
You know, it was brought up yesterday. It's certainly not an homage. It's probably more mocking, but I'm not quite sure how to read it. I think they do want to see a guy for the last time, and some who have tickets tonight or had tickets last night might not be here tomorrow.
I think that's very true. But do you think as soon as if he steps out of the dugout, the first time he does what they're going to do?
Well, if we don't find out tonight, we'll find out tomorrow.
Oh yeah, we will.
So 3-2 as Gregorius has worked back. And the righty deals. Hit sharply and past the diving Bogarts. Into left center, a base hit for Didi. So looked overmatched when it got to 0-2, but really battled back.
A great at bat. You'd love to finish it off with a base hit. Think back to the beginning of this game. Didi had a terrible at bat for a strikeout, then hit a home run, and here was behind the count early and just hung in there. Fouled off some tough pitches, and it's a rocket right back up the middle.
You know, sometimes you figure you get to the count 3-2 and you're leading off the inning. It's almost like a green light for a fastball to expect it. Barnes got that one, although it was you know, upper 90s. It was towards the middle of the plate.
There's Gary Sanchez, and there's a base hit through the left side. So Sanchez 2 for 3 as Gregorius moves to second. So a quick talk with Matt Barnes. And Carl Willis pacing. This Carpetta telecast is presented by authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Yankees. Alex just went down the stairs, which lead to the clubhouse, but it's a long walk to the clubhouse. Here's Austin Romine. Swing and a miss.
Yeah, Fenway Park, now one of the obviously newer stadiums that have the batting cages right there behind the dugout, but I'm sure probably a hitting tee up in the clubhouse. There's Alex taking some sprints down there in the hallway.
Ground ball through for a base hit. Gregorius is being waved home. He will score. The throw comes into third. It's an RBI single for Romine. And the Red Sox now lead by a score of 4-2.
Yeah, Gregorius, Sanchez, and Romine all now have 2 hits in the ball game. They've got good games going.
And here comes Alex. Well, Kenny, that certainly answered the question. They were waiting for him so they could boo him, and he said that before the game on Tuesday. He said, oh, I'm sure they'll boo me back to Miami. And there's a shot of the famous fight between Varitek and A-Rod. The history is deep between Alex and the city of Boston. He got his first hit here at Fenway Park as a teenager with the Mariners. Almost got traded from Texas to Boston. The deal actually was agreed upon, but the Red Sox demanded some salary relief. He agreed to it. The union said, we will not allow you to devalue your contract.
Alex Rodriguez.
So they announced A-Rod as the pinch hitter. And then when the deal with the Red Sox fell through because the union wouldn't allow it, Aaron Boone decided to play pickup basketball, and the rest, as they say, is history.
59 career home runs against the Boston Red Sox and a .285 career hitter against Boston.
First and second, nobody out. Missed outside, 1-0. Hicks was 0 for 2 in the game, a ground ball to third and a strikeout. He's had 1 hit in 1 at bat against Barnes, and it was a home run. One and one. So Alex has tomorrow and then Friday, and that will do it. So a big spot for him. Has not played in a while, and coming in and facing a guy throwing 98 miles an hour. And the 1-1. 2-1. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the most, how much does he want to hit a home run here? Maybe 16?
Well, and Joe Girardi can justify this, right? 1 for 1 with a home run. We were looking for 1 swing of the bat. You know, it's all about the matchups with Joe.
The 2-1. High fly ball, right field. Betts is there. He'll make the catch. Tagging is Sanchez. He'll move to third. So A-Rod flies out to right field for the first out of the inning, and he gets serenaded as he heads back to the Yankee dugout. And that will do it for Barnes, as Farrell will now go to the bullpen. And the Yankees have runners on first and third, one man out, and they are trailing this 4-2. So A-Rod had his opportunity and hits a fly ball to right. We'll be back. Sending A-Rod up to pinch hit against Barnes, and here's what A-Rod did.
He just missed it, and you could see by his reaction. Got underneath it, didn't quite drive it. Advanced Sanchez over to third base. A fairly deep fly ball to right field.
I'm just smiling up here because Joe Girardi has been asked why he hasn't been playing and why don't you pinch hit him, and then when you do pinch hit him, he's going to be asked the same thing after the game.
You're right, because when we said surprised everybody, we had a shot of John Farrell. He thought that Brian McCann was coming up.
Yep.
Well, he's going to point to the fact that the 1-for-1, that it was a home run.
So now they bring in Abad, who is very, very tough on left-handers, and he's got two in a row here, Gardner and Ellsbury, with runners on first and third and one man out. Breaking ball strike as Gardner was leaning away. Gardner's 1 for 3 tonight. Yankees down by 2. We're in the 7th inning. Abad spent most of the season with Minnesota, acquired before the trade deadline.
Tell you what, he's close to not coming to a complete stop out on the mound. Brett Gardner quickly behind, 0-2.
Abad has allowed 2 homers to lefties this year. One of them was to Didi Gregorius at Yankee Stadium. No, in Minnesota, I'm sorry.
The 0-2, swing and a miss. Gardner down on strikes, a big strikeout for Abad.
Abad not a soft throwing lefty. That's 95. That's elevated, and Brett Gardner working right underneath it. Didn't look comfortable right from the first pitch.
Now the Yankees had called Headley back. Maybe he probably had to go up there with his right-handed helmet. So he's back on deck. And Ellsbury's at the plate. Inside, 1-0. Junichi Suzawa is up in the Red Sox bullpen. There's a strike. Red Sox just felt that Abad would be better for them than Tommy Lane. So when they got Abad, they let Lane go, and Lane ended up with the Yanks. 1-1. That one gets away from Leon, but everybody stays put. Not taking any chances now, down 2.
Wondering why Austin Romine isn't on second base right now. Ball in the dirt like that. Basically, Leon's priority is the runner at third there with Sanchez. 2-run ball game. This could be a big play.
Yeah, you got to be sure, though, with 2 outs that you can make it. And Austin decides, I'm going to hold right here and see if Ellsbury can drive in at least one of us.
So Ellsbury has a 2-1 count. Abad gets a sign from Leon. And the lefty deals. 2-2. Sanchez off third. Romine off first. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Yankees down by 2 in the 7th. Pitch. Grounded and past Hanley Ramirez and into right field. Sanchez scores. Romine will go to third. It's a big RBI single for Jacoby Ellsbury. And the Yankees have cut it to a 1-run deficit. They are down 4-3.
Ellsbury hung in there and looked bad on the breaking ball. Was able to get a pitch to handle as Romine takes his lead off first base. Looked like a fastball, tried to sneak it inner half. And Ellsbury was just able to beat him right under the glove. Handling Ramirez. Well, you wonder why you throw that fastball after Ellsbury looked so bad on the breaking ball. Yankees will take it. Romine cruises into third.
Now here is a big spot for Chase Headley. Switch hitter batting from the right side. Tying run is 90 feet away. Way outside. Yankees about hit the Red Sox 10-8. But the Red Sox lead 4-3. 2 runs in here in the 7th inning. And the Yankees looking for more. Off speed, way out in front, 1-1. The 1-1 pitch, fouled away, 1-2. Headley tonight is 1 for 3, struck out, grounded to short, and singled to center. A lot of the right side of the infield is open as Pedroia shades up the middle.
We talked about Betts being his first time batting third for the Red Sox, and it's only the second time Headley's batted third for the Yankees this year.
In the 3rd spot, a big spot here in the 7th. Missed outside, 2-2. Romine's on third. Ellsbury is on first. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Yankees down by 1. And Abad steps off. And the pitch. 3-2, misses outside, so that will release Ellsbury at first. Ramirez holds him on. And the pitch. Grounded past a diving Hill and into left field. That'll tie the score. Romine touches up. It's an RBI single for Headley, and the Yankees have come back to tie the game at 4.
Looked like a 3-2 changeup that was almost like an Ephus changeup.
Headley's able to stay back, keep the hands back, you know, almost out in front, but the ball was elevated, and that helped him get to it. If it's down, he might have a more difficult time. But he hit a rocket by Hill at third base. A couple of balls just eluding the Red Sox infielders.
John Farrell goes back to the bullpen. Now the go-ahead runs in scoring position for the Yanks. Teixeira coming up. Another tough break for the Blue Jays concerning Jose Bautista, placed on the 15-day DL with a sprained left knee. And this is a little bit of a surprise. Carlos Gomez designated for assignment by the Astros.
I think, Michael, when we were in Houston, he was barely over 200 and struggling all year. He had been on the DL for a while, and the Astros have some good young outfielders.
Chase Headley ties the game for the Yankees on what John Flaherty said looked like some sort of Ephus pitch.
Yeah, I'm not sure if his spike got caught or he intended to do that, Abad, but it was almost like you see an Ephus curveball. That was an Ephus changeup. Take a look at the delivery. He just lobs it in there. Give Headley credit. Ball was up, like you said, Kenny. Kept his hands back. Well, the hammered into left field.
So the Yankees down 2-0, 2-1, 4-1. Now have tied it at 4-4. Still batting here in the 7th. Here's Teixeira. And a strike. Good numbers for Tazawa. This is his 42nd game.
Spent a little time on the DL with some shoulder impingement.
That one bounced up there, 1-1. Teixeira 1 for 2 with a walk tonight. Now batting from the left side against the righty, Tazawa. One and two.
Something off speed, had him out in front.
One, two. Goes with the fastball up and away, 2-2. One thing we've seen tonight from the Yankees, falling behind in counts, and they're not giving the at-bat away. They keep battling back, battling it even, getting to 3-2. So turning it into more of a lengthy affair rather than just down quickly.
If you're Tazawa, you want to make this the pitcher decision. You don't want to go to 3-2 with 2 outs and give the base runners a chance to get a running start.
Well, that's what they're going to get.
That's what's going to happen. Which means that any ball that finds a gap or down the line, Headley might have is going to have a better chance to score from first.
Here's the payoff. And he bounced it up there. Bases are loaded for Castro.
Well, outside of Buchholz, who did a pretty good job out of the bullpen, everybody else kind of struggled a bit for the Red Sox tonight. Barnes, Abad, now Tazawa. Just walked the first man he's faced. And one of the last times we saw Castro up with bases loaded, he hit a grand slam at Yankee Stadium.
Had a rough night tonight. He is 0 for 3, wrapped into a double play in the 6th inning with first and second and 1 out. And that was against Clay Buchholz. Line drive down the left field line. It is a base hit. It'll go into the corner. 1 run scores. 2 run score. Teixeira chugs to third. It's a 2-run double for Starlin Castro. And the Yankees have come all the way back. They lead 6-4.
Well, hanging breaking ball. Just first pitch looked like a get it over breaking ball, and it's up about belt high, and Castro doesn't miss these type of pitches. No chance for Aaron Hill. Benedetti's going to have to run it down in the corner. 2 runs are going to score. A 2-run double for Starlin Castro.
Well, Michael, you mentioned it having a tough night, but you forget all about that if you're Starlin Castro as you cruise into second base. A big 2-out double.
Well, here's Didi as the Yankees bat around. He started this with a single to left field. A tough at bat against Matt Barnes. Tazawa deals. Just missed that, fouled it straight back.
This is one of the best swings of the night that didn't connect. Ball was right down the middle. Man.
Didi is 2 for 3 tonight. The home run, the single, 2 runs scored. Second and third, 2 men out. Sky high pop-up. Aaron Hill makes the play, and that will do it. But the Yankees put a 5 spot on the board. They lead 2. 7th inning stretch time. Yankees up 6-4. should be a must-watch, and get a chance to hear from A-Rod about that pinch-hitting appearance. And here's Coach A-Rod. As Starlin Castro, one of his pupils, gets some hand-to-hand combat and coaching right there. And here's Jackie Bradley Jr. against Starlin Castro. New right fielder for the Yankees, Refsnyder. Remember, A-Rod had pinch hit for Aaron Hicks. So this is a tough job for Refsnyder. That's a big right field out there. GMC scoreboard 6-4 Yankees over the Red Sox. Middle game of this 3-game set.
Now that the Yankees have the lead, Joe Girardi, with all the relievers he has had to use because of Eovaldi leaving early on, is thinking, how do I get the last 9 outs of this game? Trying to get the ball to my closer.
Well, he's hoping that Clippard could get through this inning. Adam Warren is already throwing in the Yankee bullpen in case there's any trouble here. And then eventually, the big man, Dellin Betances.
Lined into left field. It's a base hit in front of Gardner. And we go back to Bob Orange for an update in the studio. Take your pick. Who's going to be called up on Saturday? That's the big speculation. So that single by Bradley brings Girardi out of the dugout. And now he will bring in Adam Warren and hope that Adam Warren could get close to 6 outs before turning it over to Dellin Betances. So Clippard's night is over. Warren's begins. Leprechauns.com tomorrow to receive 50% off the regular menu price of all pizzas online with promo code Yankee6. So somehow the last 9 outs are going to have to be divvied up between Warren and Betances because there's nobody else in the bullpen. Swarzak is not available. He threw too many pitches, over 40 last night, and Joe said that before the game. So those are the relievers that are left. Yankees have used Shreve, Parker, Goody, Lane, Clippard, and now Warren. And that was after Eovaldi gave them 1 inning of 1-2-3 ball, but left with discomfort in his elbow. So here's Aaron Hill. Fouled straight bat. And right over the radio booth to our right.
Well, Adam Warren really becomes the key pitcher in this ball game for Joe Girardi if he wants to close this thing out. He's got to find a way to get through the 7th and at least into the 8th inning.
Pitch outside.
This is one of the various roles that Warren thrived on when he was with the Yankees. Setting up, spot starting. Long man out of the pen. He did it all.
Hill's a good hitter. Won 2 Silver Slugger awards. 09 with Toronto and 2012 with Arizona. Dangerous at the plate. Fouls that one straight back, 2-2.
When you think back to those good years with Toronto as a second baseman, he doesn't swing the bat like a second baseman. He lets it fly. Has plenty of pop. At this point in his career, kind of an extra guy off the bench, can play multiple positions and give you a quality at bat from the right side.
Just spoil that slider.
Jackie Bradley Jr. held by Teixeira. Warren on a relief of Clippard. 7th Yankee pitcher tonight. 2-2. Strike 3. Just clipped the outside corner with a fastball, and Hill is down looking.
Take a look at this last pitch. Right to the glove. Brian Knight with the call. Hill caught looking. Perfect pitch from Adam Warren.
Here's Sandy Leon, who is 2 for 2 with a walk. And a strike. Crowd has gotten very quiet after the 5 runs in the top of the 7th inning. I've always found this about Fenway Park crowds. I'm not sure if you guys agree. They seem more reactionary rather than a spur you on type of crowd. There are some crowds, if your team's behind, they'll get back into it and they'll try to spur their team on. But the Red Sox fans, when the Red Sox are losing, get very quiet and then celebrate when they start to do well.
You get the same sort of thing in Toronto too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's just it's the way they watch the game. Swing and a miss. Down goes Leon. 2 away.
Adam Warren's fastball's been his best pitch to the first 2 hitters. This one he elevates, and Leon can't get it. And that's where Romine wanted it. So that's 2 pitches, 2 strikeout pitches right to the glove.
Here's a left fielder, Benintendi. Now, Yankee fans might be wondering, well, didn't the Red Sox sign Chris Young? Yeah, they did, but he's been on the DL with a strained right hamstring since June 24th. Opening up a lot of at-bats and a lot of opportunities. Fouled away and right over the Yankee dugout. Boy, Romine really took a hike to take a look at that foul ball. Check out his trek.
Giving it a shot. You mentioned Young. I was looking at his numbers. He was doing a pretty good job. 48 games, 130 at-bats, 12 doubles, 6 home runs, 15 runs batted in. So you're right, they do miss him.
Count 2-2. Just missed with the fastball. Right off the outside corner.
Well, this is the Adam Warren that we've seen from the Yankees in the past before he went to Chicago, just missing off the plate. Benjamin Kenny, a good fastball and good location.
Teixeira just signals that he's playing behind Jackie Bradley Jr. with a 3-2 count and 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th. Yankees lead 6-4. Yankees have 12 hits. Red Sox have 9. Runner goes. Hammered foul. All around baseball, it's 2-2 except on the board, and Jackie Bradley going as if it's 3-2. So it's odd. So we have 2-2. The Red Sox broadcast has 2-2. MajorLeagueBaseball.com has 2-2. So it's 3-2, and so I'm not saying that they can't be wrong, but this is actually what they're playing off of on the field. Why Teixeira is playing behind him, why Jackie Bradley Jr. is going on the pitch,
and now they're checking.
That's why the umpires are checking, because they're playing the game as if it's 3-2. And they're going to check with New York. They're going to check with New York, and they'll have to go through the pitch sequence to see if, in fact, it's 2-2 or 3-2. And it wouldn't make a difference if there was nobody on base, but with somebody on base, you're playing defense according to 3-2.
And the
you're
runner's
running
going.
according to 3-2. And if it's not 3-2, you end up losing a game because of that.
You know, say there's a play in the hole, the runner's going, you can't get the force at second.
Right.
And the inning continues because of it.
And sometimes when you're going on 3-2, Kenny, you don't go as if you're stealing a base. So if it's a ball and Romine throws through and you get him, well, you've been fooled into thinking that the count was 3-2.
That should say count under review.
This is a challenge of the guys who operate the scoreboard. And this is something that's afforded to the umpires to check out something like this if there's a disagreement. So this is the umpires doing this on their own volition. Nobody's asking him to look at it.
They want to get it right. I don't blame them. It's the whole idea of review.
So you see us on, yes, we'll show you pitch by pitch. That's exactly what they're doing back in New York right
going
now.
through everything.
Well, they're really closely examining each pitch. And Warren now has to sit and wait, or stand and wait. So does Benintendi. And Warren's thrown some to Romine as they go through this back in New York to check the actual count. Interesting game for the Yankees where they have really gutted it out using all these pitchers and then coming back from a deficit.
2-2.
So the umpire said, hey, we've checked it out. It's 2-2, so they have to take off one ball. And we edited the time in between. This strike one. 0-2. Still 0-2. 1-2. 2-2. Still 2-2. And that's still 2-2. And that's what it is. So now they're holding Jackie Bradley Jr. again. Right back to Warren, and that will do it. No runs a hit, no errors, and one man left on base. Interesting seventh inning. We go to the eighth, 6-4 Yanks. Red Sox in the series finale. Yankees are hoping it's the rubber game, and yes, has full coverage. Start your game day at 6 with Audi batting practice today in the Chevy pregame. Then we're back here at Fenway for the call right here on Yes and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Alex Rodriguez will get a start in that game, and remember, Friday will be Alex's final game in pinstripes at Yankee Stadium, and yes, we'll have full coverage starting at 6 p.m. Brock Holt takes over in right field, and the Red Sox hold their breath as Mookie Betts leaves the game with right calf tightness. Hyundai scoreboard 6-4. The Yankees lead the Red Sox, and Betts was due up third in the bottom of the 8th inning. Gary Sanchez is 2 for 3. Count 1-0 on Sanchez. Tazawa deals. 2-0.
Well, there have been bullpen issues for the Red Sox tonight. Betts leaves the game with a calf problem, and I had the feeling early in this game the Red Sox could have put the Yankees away, but couldn't come up with that big hit or the big inning. The Yankees taking advantage.
Sanchez crushes one to left center. There it goes. See ya. His first big league home run. A bomb. And the Yankees lead 7-4. Well, Kenny, as you say, he's filling all the columns.
Yeah, he is. Big smile on his face, and why not? Way back in center field here at Fenway Park. A 2-0 pitch. That's what you're supposed to do with it, leading off an inning. Tazawa threw it right in there, and he knew what to do with it. He's been doing it all year in the minor leagues. And that ball was hit.
There's Austin Romine. Pitches up and in.
Kenny, there's a little different swagger about this kid when he walks up to the plate. You can tell how confident he is. Idea of what he wants to do when he walks up there, and that ball was just hammered.
A very good night. 2 singles and a home run. Here's another look. You think he knew it?
Into the Boston night.
Wow. It's halfway up the light tower as it passes. It's the back wall for settling into center field bleachers. Oh, man.
Jackie Bradley Jr. just became a spectator in a hurry.
Yeah.
Just turned and watched.
That kind of saluted the flag on the way by.
Romine is 2 for 3 tonight. Big RBI single in that 5-run 7th. Foul back. So Willis had a quick talk with Tazawa. Top of the 8th, 7-4 Yankees. They trailed 4-1. Two and two. Chop foul. Middle game of this 3-game set. Robbie Ross Jr. warming up earlier in the game in the 5th inning. Up again here in the 8th. Grounded foul, way out in front of that one. Sanchez's home run measured at 426 feet. 107 miles per hour exit velo. That was a 56-foot pitch.
You don't miss that, do you, Flash? Pitches into the chest.
It's been a long night already, and then you get one of these. Trying to stay out of the way, and it finds a piece.
John does live it once a year at the Old Timers game. And Romine works a walk. So Farrell's going back to the bullpen. Tazawa has really struggled. Robbie Ross will come on to face Rob Refsnyder. Comes on in relief of Tazawa, so this is the 6th pitcher used by the Red Sox. Yankees have used 7, so 13 pitchers in this game. And Rob Refsnyder will get his first at bat of the night, so only Ziegler is left. Kimbrel threw too many pitches. He felt a twinge in a surgically repaired knee, so he's not pitching tonight. It'll be Ziegler if they need another arm out of the pen. 36 game for Robbie Ross Jr. And that one is ripped to center field. A base hit for Refsnyder. Romine stops at second. Refsnyder picks up a single, first and second, and nobody out.
Yeah, Refsnyder sitting there all night. Finally comes on for defensive purposes and just rips the first pitch he sees into center field for a base hit. Looked like an off-speed pitch. See how the Yankees want to play this with nobody out. Joe Espada, third base coach, just went through a series of signs for Brett Gardner. Red Sox are expecting the bunt. Hill's in at third. Ramirez in at first. Yankees trying to build yet another big inning here.
They're up 7-4. Red Sox in at the corners, expecting the bunt from Gardner. Romine at second, Refsnyder at first. And I think that got the umpire and goes to the backstop.
Did Gardner hit it, or did he foul it off, or
Gardner's
what?
saying, I didn't hit it. So let's see.
It looked like it got over the bat. And the umpire, Brian Knight, took it full force. They're not sending the runners back.
Well, okay, they didn't send the runners back.
Not a dead ball, though.
Did Leon ever retrieve the ball? It wouldn't be a dead ball.
Right.
It's like they ran out on the field to check on the umpire right away.
But even before that, the ball was at the backstop, and Romine looked like he wanted to come home. So obviously, that's just a pass ball. And now the infield has to come in. Two and 0. They gave him a wild pitch. There's a strike. Foul back, 2-2. Nobody out here in the top of the 8th. Yankees lead 7-4. Here is that. Now, he never got the ball. Now, did Johnny think the ball went up on the screen?
Well, even if it did.
There's a ball sitting up there.
Well, that's what happened. That's what happened. Just missed. 3-2. There's the ball in question. So it is indeed a dead ball. One off his shoulder, up on the screen. Fly ball, left field. Romine tags. Benintendi makes the catch, and Romine just bluffs as the throw comes all the way home.
The Red Sox crowd appreciative of the throwing arm. We've seen everything from this kid, the way he swings the bat, driving it the other way. It's like a pretty decent throwing arm, Kenny.
He lines it up. Romine just for effect coming down the line.
Well, here's Jacoby Ellsbury. One and 0. Infield remains in. Ellsbury got that big hit to keep the 7th inning alive. His hit made it 4-3. Headley's hit tied the game at 4. And then Castro with the 2-run double made it a 5-run inning and a 6-4 Yankee lead. Now the Yankees get a run here in the 8th on a monster 426 home run by Gary, 426-foot home run by Gary Sanchez, his first big league home run. So it's 7-4, and the Yankees are threatening here after a walk to Romine and a single by Refsnyder. Two and 0. 3-0 on Ellsbury with Headley on deck. No action in either bullpen. Ball 4. So Ellsbury walks to load the bases. Has to be an aggravating night for John Farrell. So here is Headley. Singled off of a bod on a changeup up in the zone to tie the scores last time up. That's bounced up there, another block.
Once again, Sandy León is tested well in front of home plate. Chest protector, maybe a little bit underneath the mask.
A derisive cheer from the crowd here at Fenway. That one gets past León. Here comes Romine. He'll score, and it's 8-4 Yankees as Ross is all over the place.
Yeah, this is hard to watch if you're John Farrell, the manager of the Red Sox. I mean, ball in the dirt. León blocks it. This one wide. Supposed to be in. It ends up and away, Kenny.
Second wild pitch of the inning.
Huh. Yankees will take it, looking to add on. Ugly game for the Red Sox tonight.
Infield in again. That one's foul back. Many in the crowd at Fenway heading home, and it's, hey, it's a Wednesday night. People have to work tomorrow. This is going to be a 4-hour game. 2-2. Boy, the ump and the catcher are really taking a beating. They got the left leg of Brian Knight. Second and third, one man out, infield in, 2-2. And Headley fouled that ball twice. Still 2-2.
Headley's had a good night with a couple of hits, run batted in. Also scored a run, chance for another RBI or two here.
And the pitch popped up. Hanley Ramirez will make the play for the second out. And that will bring up Mark Teixeira. Teixeira tonight is 1 for 2 with a couple of walks. And a strike.
Gardner has a hit, Ellsbury has 1, Headley 2, Teixeira 1, Castro 1, Gregorius 2, Sanchez a couple, make that 3, Romine with a couple, and the only starter that didn't have a hit was Hicks, and he was pinch hit for. Then Refsnyder in that spot got a hit.
Nice play by Castro in the on deck area. He tried to throw it to a fan, but the Red Sox have extended that screen all the way to the dugout, and it hit the top of the screen, bounced back onto the field. Foul back.
Going to start over with the signs here.
Why not?
And nowhere to go.
The 1-2. That gets past Leon. And here comes Refsnyder. He'll score. Moving to third is Ellsbury. And the Red Sox are being very sloppy right now as the Yankees lead 9-4.
Well, that look on Leon's face says it all right there. He doesn't know what to expect. Could be down and in, could be up and away.
How about Refsnyder? Went to second on a wild pitch, went to third on a wild pitch, and scored on a wild pitch. Almost picked Teixeira off, and here comes Refsnyder with the third run of the inning.
2-2. Swing and a miss. But the Yankees get 3 more runs. And it started with a baby bomber, 23 years old. His first big league home run, a 426-foot blast. Yankees lead 9-4. Just listening to Neil Diamond sing Sweet Caroline, nodding his head when they say hey, hey, hey. Just taking it all in.
Oh, my goodness.
Hyundai scoreboard, 9-4 Yankees. And the first pitch from Warren is a strike to Pedroia, the top of the Red Sox order against the Yankee right-handed reliever. popped up. Castro backpedaling. In short right field, he makes the play for the first out.
Adam Warren looks on top of his game. Got those 3 outs in the 7th to get him into the 8th inning. Quick out.
Made some quality pitches, particularly with his fastball.
There's a strike. John, you mentioned earlier that's the old Adam Warren.
Yeah.
He's working the corners with heat. Really looks sharp.
You know, his numbers since coming back to the Yankees have been pretty good, but there's some outings where you notice maybe scattering his fastball a little bit.
Fly ball left field. Gardner on the warning track makes the play.
But when you watch him tonight, I mean, he's just peppering corners with that fastball.
Who will the official scorer give the win to if the Yankees ended up winning this game? Here's Brock Holt. This will be his first at bat. Mookie Betts left the game with a right tight calf.
Back with a changeup. Well, you heard the term every once in a while use Johnny Holstaff. Usually managers will say that in spring training, like who's pitching today, because the starter's only going to go maybe 2 innings. Then he goes to boom, 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 one pitcher every inning. That's kind of what you got tonight with the Yankees. The whole staff is going to get a look.
Dellin Betances is up. And the pitch upstairs, 3-2. So Warren has gotten 5 outs of the 9 that we spoke about. Girardi would love him to get this out before going to Betances. 7 Yankee pitchers used in this game. And Warren does a great job. Comes in and gets 6 outs. And now he can turn it over to Betances in the 9th. We go to the 9th, and the Yankees are up 9-4. Turn to the guy they had as their closer tonight, Brad Ziegler. And when Betances pitches the bottom of the 9th inning, how often do you see two teams use every available relief pitcher in a game that at this point doesn't seem as if it's going to be an extra inning game? So Ziegler is the last guy that they could use. Kimbrel's not available. And Betances is the last guy the Yankees could use. There's just a security guard out there right now, and he's really not even active.
He's out of uniform.
Yeah. Well, he's in uniform, just the wrong one,
so to speak.
Well, that's a Boston police officer.
It's like a lefty.
And the Yankees could not use Swarzak, so all that's left is Betances. And a hot shot off the bat of Castro, and a nice backhanded scoop by Ramirez as he saves Aaron Hill an error.
Well, the Yankees, you could see them using all their pitchers tonight because of the fact, as we look at this tough hop into the body of Hill, and then darts it over across the diamond, and a nice play by Ramirez, scooping it out of the dirt. Well, the Yankees have necessitated the fact of using a lot of pitchers because Eovaldi's early departure. But the Red Sox is because their bullpen faltered. That's why they use so many pitchers.
Now we are told, I wonder if you guys agree with this, because pitcher doesn't go 5 innings, and no one has been a standout performer except for Warren, that the official scorer could choose to give the win to the pitcher he thought was most effective when the team had the lead. And we're told that it's going to be Tyler Clippard, who I don't think was overly effective tonight.
Was he the pitcher that was in there when the Yankees eventually took the lead?
Ground ball to second. Let's see. Now that police officer that we showed you isn't just any police officer. His name is Steve Horgan, and he exulted when David Ortiz hit that home run in the playoffs. So that's his post out there. Good stuff. Here's Gary Sanchez, who is 3 for 4, having himself quite a night in his early career. Hit his first big league home run last time up. And now he has a 4-hit night. He hit a rocket against the side-winding righty. He feels good right now. You can just tell.
And then before that home run, Michael, there's a swagger about this kid when he walks up to the plate. He's been confident.
That's a great night. On the sliding scale. You don't get many of those. That's his first one in his career. A great night at the plate.
Here's Austin Romine. He's had a good night. 2 for 3 with a walk. Ribby, 2 runs scored. He has certainly done a good job behind the plate.
I'm glad you brought that up, Michael. That is not an easy thing for a catcher to deal with a entire bullpen when your starting pitcher only threw 1 inning. Able to get those guys through this ballgame. That's a nice job.
0-2 on Romine. Yankees lead 9-4. A game they trailed 4-1. Sanchez is the DH tonight. Grounded to third his first time up. Then a single to right, single to left, home run to left center, and another single to left. Fly ball, right field. Holt is there to make the play, and that will do it. No run to hit, no errors, and 1 man left. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Red Sox are down by 5. They'll face Betances. the Land Rover drives in the game.
Well, Starlin Castro's had one hit in this game, but it was a big one. A double with the bases loaded, drives in 2 runs, gives the Yankees the lead at 6-4. But they are drives of the game tonight. This is Gary Sanchez. He's had a great night. 4 hits, including this tremendous home run, the first of his big league career. And those are our Land Rover drives of the game.
I'll tell you what, the Yankees have made these trades and these moves to give guys like Gary Sanchez the chance to perform and see what they can do on a big league level. And last year, very short body of work for Sanchez. He called up earlier this year, faced Chris Sale and went 0 for 4, got sent down. But now, looks like he's up here to stay, and he's showing he belongs. Still early, but good things so far, and the Yankees are seeing Gary Sanchez is definitely part of their future. Dellin Betances, their future and their present, as he is their closer. It's not a safe situation, but he is the last arm out there, and he'll face David Ortiz here in the bottom of the 9th. And there's a strike. So Betances, the 8th Yankee pitcher, and you can rest assured there'll be a couple of Yankees that will be in the clubhouse tomorrow night that were not here tonight, as the Yankees have to call up reinforcements and they have to get some length in the bullpen as well to guard against Michael Pineda having a short outing. Count 2-1. Ortiz has walked 3 times. He's 0 for 1 with a fly ball to left, and 2 of the 3 walks intentional walks. Two-1. 2-2. The 2-2. 100 miles an hour foul back. Foul ball, and that got the foot of David Ortiz.
David Ortiz already battling some foot problems this year. This is not going to make it feel any better.
Is that on the foot or the shin or the knee? Looks like it. Whole leg is hurting. Oh,
right,
shin.
He doesn't look as if he could stand up right now, put any weight on it. A similar foul ball as
Mark Teixeira
shut down Mark Teixeira last year. You hope that's not the case with Ortiz.
Mookie Betts comes out of this game. Now David Ortiz. A lot of pain. Tough night at Fenway for the Red Sox.
He is in a lot of pain, and he's going to be helped off the field.
Yeah, if the Red Sox are going to send up a pinch hitter. Bryce Brentz, who's an outfielder by trade, will take over as the DH as Big Papi being helped off the field. And back to the Red Sox clubhouse for immediate treatment.
Remember, this is Papi's last year, and he's having such a phenomenal last year that you cross your fingers and hope everything is okay with him. But seeing him unable to walk down the steps on his own. All of Red Sox Nation have to be holding their breath right now. So Brent inherits a 2-2 count, and he swings and misses and completes the strikeout. Well, the Yankees, if they hold on, this would be a very big win. But right now, if the Red Sox lose, that's secondary to David Ortiz. He means so much to their offense as well. Here's Hanley Ramirez. And there's a strike, 0-1. Ramirez is 0 for 4. And he saw Ortiz walked intentionally twice in front of him. And each time he had a fly ball to Brett Gardner. Oh, 2. Many in the crowd had left because of the late time, but also they got very, very quiet when Ortiz just had to be helped off the field. The 0-2. Foul back, still 0-2. The 0-2 pitch, strike 3. Ramirez down looking. Let's check out tonight's Quicken Loans rocket arms. And Yankees have a rocket arm on that mound, and Dellin Betances. And this is a great stat. Highest average fastball amongst relievers. Former Yankee Chapman with 100.2. Caminero of the Mariners, 97.7. Kimbrel, 97.4, tied with Betances. And Herrera is a tick behind. Bradley goes around. 0-1. Yankees 9 runs on 15 hits. The Red Sox 4 runs on 9 hits. Red Sox led 2-0, 2-1, 4-1. And the Yankees scored 5 in the 7th and 3 in the 8th to take the lead. Ground ball to Teixeira. He'll flip to Betances, and that will do it. A gutty, gritty win for the Yankees. They used 8 pitchers after Eovaldi last just one. Girardi mixing and matching, and the Yankee offense coming up big, and the baby bomber Gary Sanchez having a 4-hit night and hitting his first big league home run. Pretty impressive stuff for the Yankees. That's a win that they could feel good about.
Exactly, because right from the beginning they were behind the 8 ball with Eovaldi leaving the game after a 1-2-3 first inning, and I don't think they had another 1-2-3